facilitate the start then of this morning's session. So just before we move into the first panel, I'm going to invite Fionnuala Richardson, Chair of Standing Orders, to move Standing Order Report number 2.
Standing Orders Report number 2. 2 emergency motions have been tabled and accepted. One on Palestine, the other on the Irish language. The texts have been emailed to everybody, and there are some copies available, not very many because we don't want too much paper floating around, outside on the reception desk. So I move.
I like the shoes.
Is there a seconder for Standing Orders Report number 2? I see Michael O'Connor. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Fionnuala. We'd just ask if people would consider starting to take their seats, and if there's any conversations, you might just take it outside, because I'm conscious it's going to be difficult for people to hear some of the debate otherwise. So we're going to move on to this morning's session, which is a new deal for climate. So that's going to be run from 10 to 11 this morning. As you can see, we have a number of very interesting speakers who are going to also be contributing to the debate. We have Ivana Bacik, who is spokesperson on the climate. I had my notes now with me, but they seem to have disappeared on the way up to the stage. So forgive me, please. On it, Sean Sherlock, who is the spokesperson on agriculture, food and the marine. I think I did well on remembering that one. We have Ali Sheridan, who is a climate advisor and has vast experience in the public and private sector in Ireland and the UK and the Netherlands. And we've Kieran Ahern, who's a local area rep in Dublin South West. So just the way we're going to start, we're just going to start an initial discussion, and then we're going to move to the different motions and then debate the motions on the floor. So just a small bit of housekeeping before we start. Just as we know from yesterday, the way the voting is going to occur is that delegates registered to vote online will receive an email with a link to vote on any amendments as they are being discussed. At the end of each session, then you'll receive an email to vote on all of the motions together, including the amendments then that have been incorporated. You must vote either for, against or abstain on each of the motions, and you need to scroll down to the end then and press submit ballot. So just then to move, Ali, I'll come to yourself first, just to get your perspective on, we know COP26 has been happening this over the past 2 weeks, and I suppose there's been some interest and excitement, but also a bit of disappointment as well in terms of some of the targets and the discussions that have happened. You might give us a bit of your perspective on that discussion.
Yeah, well, we're still eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Negotiations have gone overdue and are still ongoing. A big update is due at about noon today. But I think, you know, this is COP26. This is the 26th year we've tried to get a global agreement towards keeping global average temperature increase under 1.5 degrees. So that's 25 years where we failed to do it. Essentially, emissions have continued to increase, and we know that those least responsible are really starting to suffer because we can't get to an agreement on this. So I think the stakes were very high going into this COP. I think the public engagement around this issue, urgency, appetite to see things happen is at a point it's never been before, which is a real positive. But it's really hard, right? It's really hard to get 190 plus countries to agree a way forward. So I think what we're hoping to see in the next few hours that we have got enough of an ambition from countries' individual action plans to get us closer to that 1.5. 2 weeks ago, agreements were only getting us to 2.7 degrees, which, you know, it sounds like nothing, but it would change our world and is hugely dangerous in terms of our future and the future we're creating for ourselves. As the days went on, that got into the 1.9, 1.8 range. We'll have to see where we get to this morning. But it's not just about emissions. It's about how are we going to fund and who's going to fund this transition in a fair way and in a way that respects justice and in a way that respects who's been the emitters for the last few decades. And Ireland is part of that cohort who needs to stand up now and take responsibility for our legacy emissions and show leadership in terms of supporting developing countries as they plan their path forward, not only mitigating and adapting to those impacts that we've already locked in, but supporting their path forward as well. And then it's the stuff that maybe doesn't grab the headlines, but it's the rules around how we account for emissions, that we're not seeing double counting, that we can compare country A with country B, all of that being agreed as well. And then really trying to see a big agreement to move away from fossil fuels, which I think we've seen strong leadership from certain parts of the world and not yet from others, but that will be a key step forward if we can get that in writing, that the global commitment is to move off fossil fuels. So, you know, at the end of the day, COP is hugely important. It's a hugely democratic process, although it has to be said, not always an equal process. We know, particularly at COP26 with COVID issues, we had real issues around who was at the table and whose voice got heard, which is a constant theme across climate ambitions. But COP does bring our world leaders together. It shines a light on them in terms of their leadership. But ultimately, the work starts when they come home, when they start to convert that, whatever they've committed to, that ambition to what happens in countries on the ground. And that's really going to be the litmus test. You know, I think we said last Tuesday that we came to COP, Ireland did, as a climate leader, but it's yet to be seen if we're going to come home and lead. So, yeah, today I suppose we'll be keeping an eye on what that final outcome is, but we've still a way to go and we ultimately have to get the work done.
Great, thanks very much, Ali. And Ivana, I might come to yourself next then. You might give us a bit of a perspective, because obviously social solidarity is something that we're very familiar with in the Labour Party, and it very much goes into what Ali was saying there in terms of us needing to be leaders in not only from a developing country point of view, but to be ambitious as well. So you might give us some of your views.
Absolutely. Thanks, Lisa. And I think Ali is absolutely right about the need to deliver radical change on implementation. And I suppose we could say this COP does provide some real grounds for hope and optimism, because 6 years ago in Paris there was still debate about why do we need to get there, what is the target and so on. Now we're seeing the focus on how we get there, and an acceptance internationally of the 1.5 target, an acceptance of the science of global warming. And I suppose the other thing that's ground for optimism is the fact that it's Joe Biden who's there for America and not Donald Trump. So, you know, think how much worse things would be if that had been the case. So there's grounds for optimism as we await the final outcome today, and certainly there's been movements as well on the fossil fuel commitments and on phasing out coal. So that's very, very hopeful. But what we do need to see is a real paradigm shift and a move to seeing this not just as an issue about green politics, but also an issue about red politics, about a social democratic vision that, as you say, Lisa, encapsulates the need for a just transition to ensure that communities and households most adversely affected by the cost of meeting the targets are going to see mitigation and supports put in place. But also at international level, we need to see an acceptance of climate justice, and that big fund that the developing countries have been crying out for, that's actually put in place as a firm commitment. And we heard devastating reports from Tuvalu about it disappearing, small island nations that are badly hit. We know that 20 countries are responsible for 80% of the world's emissions. So it's up to those 20 countries in particular to step up. And as part of the EU and as a country that's now put ambitious targets into statute, we in Ireland really need to step up, and we need to ensure both just transition and climate justice are key planks of our commitments. So it's a red as well as a green perspective we need, and that's what Labour is uniquely placed to deliver.
Brilliant. Great, Ivana.
Got a bit carried away there, sorry. It's something, you know, it's so important, obviously, and this is just so timely that we're having this debate this morning as we await the final outcome of the COP26. I mean, it's just hugely timely now.
Great, thanks very much, Ivana. And Sean, I'll come to yourself then briefly as well, because you cover, you're the spokesperson on food and agriculture, and we all know that they're very important areas in regards to the response to climate change. So you might come in on some of those topics.
Yes, there's going to be major challenges for agriculture, that is self-evident, and I think the targets that have been set at the moment in relation to the reduction by 10% in biogenic methane, I think is not ambitious enough. So to touch on what Ali said there about the funding mechanisms, and the funding mechanisms for climate action will be via CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. So at the moment we know that there will be a 10 billion approximate opportunity there where funding will go into agriculture and into food. The question then arises as to what type of schemes will be devised to facilitate the reduction in methane, but also to facilitate a massive afforestation program such that you can recognize the opportunity of taking carbon out through an afforestation program. Now, everybody understands the principle of what it means if you plant a tree in terms of carbon reduction. That's self-evident to everybody, and it's understood by everybody. But right now in this country, there's 10 to 11% of forestry cover, and it's mainly through commercial afforestation. Right now, if you want to plant a tree at scale, you need a license. If you want to fell a tree or trees, you need a license. Right now, we are, for every 1 acre of forestry that we plant, we're cutting approximately 6.7 acres. So the next cap, as far as I'm concerned, has to focus on afforestation. It has to focus on designing schemes so that you are contributing to the effort. And right now we're not seeing evidence of a proper afforestation program, and I think that's just one aspect of it, afforestation, but we're not seeing the evidence of a coordinated afforestation program and licensing program, and that's something that I will be focusing on over the next year or so, because I think the industry wants to move in that direction. The industry wants to provide forestry so that, for instance, if you're on a house building program, you know, you're not using concrete, there is a massive opportunity there to build houses from wood, for instance, and Ireland can best do that. So those are the type of opportunities and challenges. And on a just transition for agriculture that Ali talks about is how do you bring the agricultural community with you? And right now, the argument is very narrow. I believe strongly that if there are more what I call European innovation partnerships, where farmers are coming together, such as they are on the Bride project in County Cork, working with each other to, you know, yes, produce livestock, but at the same time ensuring that you protect what we call riparian borders, and ensuring that you reduce nitrates, ensuring that you plant more hedgerows and so on, and manage the countryside. I believe if you can scale that up and scale that out, I think that there's a model there that we can work with, but farmers need to be bought into that. And if you tell farmers for the last 40 years, get rid of the hedgerows, better grassland, management, more livestock, then farmers are going to follow and farm to schemes. But then it's very hard, to expect farmers to pivot back in one fell swoop. You have to bring farmers and agriculture with you. And I think that's going to be the challenge. And I think we're well placed in this party, in the Labour Party, to be part of that challenge, because where the Green Party talk in very broad, swathed terms, we do detail. We get down into the dirt. We put on the wellies and we talk to farmers about what it is that we can do to devise schemes to bring farmers with us on this journey. And that's the difference between ourselves. And I don't want to be critical of the Greens, but you've a Green Forestry Minister at the moment where the metrics are clearly showing us, and these are the Department of Agriculture metrics, where for every 1 acre we plant, we're cutting 6.7. That's happening as we speak today. So the challenges are there, and I think we want to be part of that challenge. We want to be part of the solution as well.
Great, thanks, John. And Kieran, I'll come to yourself then. So we've spoken in terms of, I suppose, the national and the international response to climate change, but from your perspective, you're very interested in terms of the localised collective response and how we can, as a Labour Party, look at what we can do on a local basis. So you might give us a little bit of your view in terms of the need to invest in infrastructure.
Sure, thanks, Lisa. I mean, it's hard not to be overwhelmed by the challenges that we're facing when you read things like the IPCC report that came out in August. We're in a race against time, not necessarily to save the world, the planet will continue, but to save humanity and to save ourselves. And as Ali said, the work starts when people come home from the conferences like COP26. The work starts with us. We are the ones who need to lead from the front and to guide and to be brave, to guide our communities and to be brave with what we are advising people that we need to do. We do need to make radical and rapid changes to our lifestyles. And there's just no getting away from that. But there is some relatively low-hanging fruit that we can reach, such as, modal change. Easy things, leaving your car at home once or twice a day. We do need to cut our transport emissions by 51% up to 2030. Part of that means 500,000 fewer car journeys per day. That means people taking the bus, taking a bike, walking to the shops, to work, to GAA practice, to wherever. It's just making a small effort to make those changes. And it's really, really important we do this. A small effort like that can make a really quick difference. And perhaps it can allow us to make compromises in other areas where, for instance, this idea that agriculture is the problem. Well, if we do value agriculture and our connection with the land as being something innately important to us as a culture, well, then we need to make decisions elsewhere as to, if we need to save that, what can we leave behind? And what can we change to reach those targets? And that's where we can come in.
Great, thanks, Kieran. So we're now going to move to the motions, and we're going to debate the motions, and then we're going to come back to the panellists then to conclude the discussion on a new deal for climate before we allow then Ivana to respond as spokesperson. So the first motion that we have this morning is motion 11 in the name of Cork East, and I believe, Sean, you're going to propose that.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Well, I'm just going to be very brief. The tenet of the motion is to call on government to set annual targets for afforestation. On the climate bill recently, we sought to put in an amendment that would set very clear targets for afforestation. I've just spoken about the value of planting trees, a proper afforestation policy whereby you grant more licenses for planting forestry, and you increase your forestry cover in a way that ensures that we feed into that climate action effort in terms of reducing carbon. What this motion really calls for is for a better forestry policy on the part of government. We want to work with organisations like the Social Economic Environmental Forestry Association of Ireland, for instance, where they are looking at better afforestation targets. They're looking at proper implementation of felling licences and afforestation licences, and we want to reverse the trend whereby for every 1 acre of forestry that you plant, that we're cutting approximately 6.6 acres. We need to reverse that trend the other way, and that's really what the motion is calling for. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any speakers for or against motion 11? Okay, I don't see anyone who wants to speak further then on motion 11. And just a reminder, we're going to vote then at the end of this session once we go through all of the motions then. So motion 12 in the name of Dublin Bay South. I'd like to call Chloe Manahan then to come up and to propose motion 12. And Chloe, you might just indicate if you're accepting the amendment from Labour Trade Unionists.
Good morning, comrades. Chloe Manahan, Dublin Bay South constituency. We will be accepting the very welcome amendment from Labour Trade Unionists. And I hope you'll all bear with me because I suppose maybe a good metaphor for climate and action. I was having too much fun this morning, so I put off writing my speech and now it's too late. So maybe we can bring that experience to taking action on the vital climate measures. I suppose I won't go through the motion in depth. There's a lot in there. But I suppose the first part that maybe is the least controversial part in terms of where we're at is where the IPCC report leaves us. It's where COP26 leaves us. It sort of notes that if we don't limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we'll see irreversible chain reaction, catastrophic events. So clearly there's something that needs to be done, and while there is consensus on that matter, there possibly isn't on how we go about that. And that's why the Labour Trade Unionists amendment is so welcome. I suppose ours is an internationalist movement, and something that needs to be reckoned with is the fact that there are already countries that are experiencing very severe and worsening climate disasters. There are already people, across the earth who are being displaced in significant numbers, and there's already people in this part of the world who are turning those people away. And it's certainly not done in my name. I don't think it's done in the name of anybody here. And when parties and groups in the West use opportunities like COP26 as more of a PR exercise to exclude the voices of the people who are most affected, I think that's where the Labour Party and the Labour movement as an international movement can step in the spirit of solidarity and with our tradition of organising to amplify voices that perhaps aren't heard through collective action, which is always where our strength has been. So I suppose as a trade unionist, as an environmentalist, as a socialist, a social democrat, I hope that you will all vote in favour of this motion today, which I suppose just gives us another underpinning to our climate policy and sets a precedent that ours is a movement that organises with people, as we have always done. And I suppose maybe to invoke something that a great man said once, we only want the earth. And I think the Labour movement has delivered that for people in the last 100 years. So for these next crucial 100 years, and indeed these next crucial 5 to 10 years, I think we should use that spirit to take serious climate action and a just transition. So I hope you'll all vote in favour. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks very much, Chloe. And so the amendment has been accepted. So a motion 12 now is going to be, it will encompass the amendment to it, but I'll take a speaker from Labour Trade Unionists to speak to the amendment though anyway. So Luke Crowley-Holland. And sorry, just on your way up, Luke, we have just a reminder, the traffic light system, I suppose to use a phrase, the traffic light system as if that makes sense, but just in terms of speaking, there's the timer there in front of you. Green, you're in the safe zone. It's going to go to orange when we're looking for you to start to finish up. Red then is time to consider coming off the stage, and flashing red, you know you're in trouble. So perfect. No pressure, Luke.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Comrades, Luke Crowley-Holland, Labour Trade Unionists. Firstly, I'd like to commend the motion. I think it's a fantastic motion. And obviously, as it's been accepted, I'll keep this very brief. As Ivana touched on, even at this stage, those on the right are willing to concede that we're in existential crisis mode when it comes to climate change. However, that we in the Labour Party and the trade union movement, we know that what the other parties and a lot of people at the COP haven't appreciated is that a lot of this crisis stems from those inherent contradictions that exist within the capitalist system. So that's why, while this original motion is fantastic and it does touch on a just transition, I suppose the amendment just further serves to highlight that I suppose our role as the Labour movement is to put an emphasis on economic redistribution, collective bargaining rights and workers' rights, and also ensure that as we move forward with tackling this climate crisis, that we're not repeating the mistakes we made in the 80s and 90s when we abandoned our traditional working class and trade union bases through industrialisation and embracing of neoliberalism, and has further damaged and created inequality that any just transition and any climate any solution to the climate crisis is working hand in hand with climate justice, is working hand in hand with economic justice, I suppose, and just the amendment serves to try and, I suppose, further emphasise that. So, yeah, that's everything. I hope you vote in support of it. So, thanks.
Thanks, Luke. Any speakers in favour or against then the amended motion 12? So I see two speakers. I see yourself there, and I see Andy O'Brien, and then James, and then I see a fourth speaker, and I'm going to limit it to 4 if that's all right. But if you wouldn't mind just making your way up to the top, just to speed up the debate, and you have two minutes to respond.
John Feely, Sligo Leitrim. Thanks, Savannah, for sorting things out for me. I now realise I'm a red-green. I was having difficulty with it up to now because some of my family were claiming I was going to the Greens because I was so hot up about climate change, which I am. So now I can sort that one out. But the science is clear. The 1.5 degree rise, we just can't go over it. I won't be around when the earth will frizzle up if we go to the 2.4, as it looks like now, or even worse. But the thing is, politically, there are times when we will have to support the Greens. I pity them in there as a party that's been around with both of those, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. They're going to be clobbered at every and any turn. They'll be blamed for everything that goes wrong, and praise will be taken away. So there are times when we will have to support the Green Party in their trials and tribulations. Also, we may have to expose some of the hypocrisy that we also engage in. Like, for example, 80% of our energy is imported. So a lot of our gas that we come out against, it may be fracked. We don't know. It's coming through through England, because that's where we're tied into our supply of gas there. And also, we lowered our link up with France, which is 70% nuclear. Now, that debate has been knocked on the head. I'm not so sure about it, whether it should have been. So, red, green, and support the Greens when they will be needed, and they will be needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so the next speaker, if you wouldn't mind just saying your name and your constituency as well when you come up. So 2 minutes again.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and congratulations on your election as chair. Andrew O'Brien, I'm the chairperson of the Dublin Midwest constituency. I'd like to thank Dublin Bay South for submitting this motion, and indeed all of the submissions on the climate crisis. As you may know, I ran for the policy unit on a platform of forging a workers' Green Deal. So it's very close to me. Unfortunately, I didn't make it, but you know, that's democracy. Someone once said environmentalism without class struggle is just gardening. But you know, our case here in Ireland is planting window boxes on the south-facing window so we can all have our salads ready to go in the summer. So most people here, and indeed watching at home, they wouldn't mind us saying that the Green Party has actually been very underwhelming in government at the moment. And especially with Eamon Ryan's lack of ambition for transport. So like the other week I paid nearly €15 to travel from Clondalkin in Dublin to Monasterevin in Kildare by train. It would have been far cheaper for me to actually drive my own private car to get there. So, having said all of that, comrades, like the burden of this tackling the climate crisis is actually being heaped on the poor, and it's being caused it's being caused by those who are most culpable, like companies like Exxon. They spent 40 years denying and obfuscating the changing climate. Like, they knew all about it, and they made more and more profits through lying, obfuscating, and lobbying. And, you know, I'd like to give a special mention to the American attorney, Stephen Donziger, who is actually currently on trial at the moment for standing up for people in the Amazon. He's stood up to Chevron. So look, you know, we can all sort of go with opprobrium as well, but you know, we have to be positive about this situation. We have to sort of advocate for retrofitting education. We have to make public transport free and available to all. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you support the motion and the amendment.
Thanks, Andy. So we're going to have James then to speak then to the amended motion of motion 12. So just if you wouldn't mind your name and constituency.
Morning, comrades. James Carney, Dunleary, Hugh Nevin, pronouns he, him. I very much speak in favour of motion 12, but I'd like to just add that the final paragraph talking about for Ireland to make an effective and radical contribution to the fight of global climate action. This, I think, is incredibly important on the back of Minister Ryan's comments just the other day that Ireland would not support a fund for poorer countries hit by climate change. We are the party of solidarity. We have to be the party of international solidarity, and if we do not support those who are most adversely affected and indeed facing an existential crisis at this moment, then we fail those communities, and the repercussions on all countries around the world in terms of refugees, in terms of economic disruption, will be catastrophic. We need to support those countries that will be hit by this first before it hits us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. There's no other speakers then looking to speak on motion 12, so we're going to come back then to vote on the amended motion then at the end of the debate. So just motion 13 then in the name of Labour Youth. I'll get a speaker, Sarah Novel, to speak to motion 13. If anyone would like to speak for or against motion 13 after Sarah, you might come up to the front as well, if that's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm actually glad to hear everything that has been said so far, because I think it just really goes in line with Labour Youth motion. Just to introduce myself, I'm Sarah Neville, I'm chairperson of Labour Youth. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm originally from the branch of Dublin Bay North. So for years, I suppose, everyone has been complaining, and today again, about public transportation for commuters here in Ireland being in urban area or even more in rural area. Beside that, and more recently, Labour Youth has also been focusing on nightlife and how we can improve nightlife. And it is to be said that there is an actual real lack of public transportation at night. So again, increasing the need for private transportation, expensive private transportation, sometimes at night, which is not something that we can afford today in the current climate circumstances. And additionally, COVID has actually given us the opportunity to test in all areas different alternatives. And I think even here in Dublin city centre, we could say that we love to see new cycle lanes opening during COVID, just to try alternative mode of transportation, pedestrianisation of area as well. And I know that the reopening of these has been quite a debate recently. So today we would like to, for conference, to obviously support, and at the very least support whatever public transport plans are in the national development plans. But more than that, we would like every single member of the party at central government, at local government, to support different motions or whatever they can do to progress alternative transportation and safer road use for protection of weaker road users, being pedestrian, being cyclist, or any kind of alternative transportation that we may know, so that everyone can find a proper alternative both in the city and in rural area to car use and carbon emission, I suppose. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Any speakers for or against motion 13? Councillor Michelle Hall.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michelle Hall in Drogheda. I'm a very big advocate of public transport. Myself and Jed Nash had a campaign, and we increased our local route from 4 buses a day to 10 buses a day, and it was quoted in the NTA last week to be highly successful even during the pandemic. So if you build it, they will come. So it's the same with the cycle infrastructure, it's the same with all the rural routes. Any small town with 1,000 people in it should have an hourly service, especially where you have a commuter belt around Dublin and any of the other larger towns where most people don't have a job and they have to travel. So I highly advocate for this motion, and I also think, again, with the night bus service, often we have the last bus can be cancelled in a lot of these rural towns or major towns, and you leave people stranded. And these are often young people who are working, they're working in the hospitality sector. So you really have vulnerable people being left on their own. So I'd love to see as well that we have some sort of contract as well, much more so than we do have maybe with private operators. But I think this is the way forward, and it's the way that we will see a change where people will leave the cars at home, and we don't have to have, in places like where I live, 5 cars in the driveway because everybody needs a car in the house. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. So we have 4 speakers looking to speak to motion 13, so I'm going to cap it at 4 again, if that's all right, just because we have the remainder of the motions and then back to the panel. So Mick Keegan, you'd like to speak next then on motion 13. Just your name and constituency, if that's okay.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Before I start, I just want to congratulate our chair on being elected. It's good. But anyway, I just want to, on the transport, and we seem to always forget that we have to make transport accessible for all. And even night links and whatnot, we do go out, celebrate at night time as well. We don't just sit at home and wait. We do go out. I totally support the motion, but I do stress that you have to make it accessible to all. And likely the same thing in urban communities where transport for people with disability is non-existent and they have to rely on either taxis or friends to take them out, especially at weekends and whatnot. And the thing was, weak road users, and that was for elderly people. You know, we're not weak. You know, we just got a, excuse me, we just got a disability that prevents us from doing what able-bodied people can do. And I just want to think, also on pedestrianisation and cyclists, they should be separated. Pedestrianised zones should be for pedestrians, not for pedestrians and cyclists. And I think that's the way it should be. Support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mick. Okay, Jack Nolan, then speak either, you might indicate if you're speaking in favour or against. I presumed that, Jack, anyway, but...
I'm not a man of surprises, really. Good morning, comrades. I'm Jack Nolan from Contra Glass and Evan Branch. I'd like to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers supporting the motion, particularly Mick's principle of making public transport physically accessible for people with disabilities and mobility issues. That's incredibly important, and it's something that we need to prioritise when we look at the revamp of public transport in Ireland. Comrades, I'm really speaking essentially in favour of this motion to promote two things that we need to address, as Sarah mentioned, Sarah and Michelle mentioned, the urban-rural divide, and as well as that, make public transport economically accessible for people. We see, the obfuscation with, Nightlink, and, Eamon Ryan was talking about putting it on, and then it was, it was off and it was on again. We need to have a clear and, I suppose frank and, sustainable conversation about public transport. We can't just, keep putting it off, putting it on the long finger like has been done with Metrolink. We're now going to be one of only 13 countries in Europe without, a permanent Metrolink in our suburban areas, and that's simply not good enough for a country that's as socio-economically developed and, with as good infrastructure as Ireland. It's simply not good enough. So we need to prioritise, transport in suburban areas that don't have it, but we also need to prioritise rural links. We need to make trains more accessible. We need to make them free at the point of use, as well as buses for people, travelling from rural areas into urban centres. And we need to follow, the lead of countries like Luxembourg, who have a really, really high cost of living but have made public transport free at the point of use. So, in short, public transport needs to be accessible for people in all areas of the country, in all 32 counties of Ireland. It needs to be free at the point of use, and it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be green, and it needs to be, forward-thinking. So I'd urge you to support the motion. Gurmeen Mahdi.
Thanks, Jack. So we have our second last speaker then, who's going to come up and speak, and you have 2 minutes to speak, but you might consider finishing ahead of the 2 minutes, but thank you.
Hello, comrades. Shane Lynch, Drogheda Branch. I am speaking in favour of this motion, strongly in favour. As someone who's from a rural area myself, just outside Drogheda, I'm speaking in favour of this motion because it's vital that when we're tackling climate action, that it's climate justice, it's also economic justice. If I was to get a bus into Drogheda, it would probably be cheaper for me to drive. There are 6 cars in my driveway, and while look. I don't want 6 cars in my driveway. We need social democratic investment in public transport to make it more accessible for people from rural areas. Like even myself, I'm a commuter who commutes from Drogheda to UCD every day. Now, the transport that's getting me there is run off petrol. Now, if we really want to be serious about addressing the climate crisis, we need strong investment in public transport, green public transport, and cheap public transport. And we are uniquely placed as the party of Labour politics, of red politics, of socialist politics, social democratic. We are uniquely placed And I believe that we can address the rural-urban divide, we can take cars off the road, and we can expand public transport provision for everyone, no matter what their background, rural, urban, and for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. And then just the last speaker, Sean.
Hi, Cahirig, Sean O'Hurgan, Crave Car, Kilcunnig, and a native of South Kerry, where I'd love to think that Luke Crowley-Holland might make the breakthrough and become a Labour Party councillor. But just sometimes I think we need to focus on simple things. And one thing has annoyed me for many years. I worked in rural primary schools in South Kerry. And every morning, 4 or 5 buses would arrive at each rural primary school, having come a circuitous route from my village in Waterville, from the town of Carsavine, and from other urban areas. They are forced by legislation to drive back from those schools into their towns and villages empty. The most common sense way of providing a public transport system in rural Ireland is to allow those buses to come back the roads they travelled with the children, pick people up from their doorsteps, drop them into the local village or town at 10 o'clock in the morning, let them go to the post office, meet their friends in the coffee shop, go to whatever support groups avail of social welfare services, anything else they need to do, pick them up at 2:30 again in the middle of the village or town and drop them home. It's a no-brainer. It should be done. And could I also finally say, as a party, I really hope we commit to one thing: abolishing school transport fees, which are fundamentally discouraging. I see it every day as a school principal. Fundamentally discouraging parents from choosing bus transport as the environmental and sustainable way of getting their children to school. And at the very end, could I just commend many people on this panel, particularly Ivana and others in the city. I'm a daily cyclist. It's time we stood up to the small number of councillors who are shouting to have everything put back to what they call normal, to remove our pedestrianisations in cities like Kilkenny, to remove our one-way systems, and to try and ensure that we don't have adequate cycle lane infrastructures. Our cycling infrastructure in this country is still a disgrace. It has made steps forward, but we need it to become a Dutch model, a Danish model, a Belgian model in order to ensure that we have proper, safe methods and paths for all of us to our work, to our home, to our leisure.
Okay, so we're going to move to motion 14 in the name of Cork South West. So, Jose Ospina.
Good morning, comrades. I'm Jose Ospina, chair of Cork South West Labour Party. I'm very encouraged by the speeches that we've heard so far and the strong feeling of commitment on climate and on making climate a Labour issue, because it really is. There is no doubt that there's an urgent need to decarbonise our homes and our communities in order to be able to achieve the sort of targets that we need to achieve. In Ireland at the moment, there are around 700,000 homes that do not meet basic European requirements for energy efficiency. These homes, in fact, account for about 40% of the carbon emissions that Ireland produces. The homes are inefficient in terms of energy because they're poorly insulated. They were done to outdated standards that have been superseded. They rely on fossil fuels, which are becoming more expensive all the time. The households that occupy these homes usually cannot afford really to heat them properly. So they are in what you might call energy poverty. ESRI estimates that around 17.5% of the population of Ireland is in energy poverty. That's about 875,000 people. And many of these are in arrears in terms of electricity, in terms of gas, totaling debts of over 90 million. I'm actually the chair of a small housing association in West Cork. We have tenants paying more for their energy than they do for their rent. We have tenants in danger of losing their homes because they cannot pay their energy costs. This, comrades, is a real problem. energy, access to energy, needs to be a right and not a privilege. We talk of housing as a right. Let's talk of access to energy, affordable energy, as a right as well. So, where is this motion coming from? It's obvious that the resources to actually bring all these properties, bring all these communities up to a decent standard are not available at the moment, or are not being made available. It's estimated that the cost of retrofitting one of these existing homes that is energy poor to a decent standard would be in the region of 40,000 euros. There's not many people that have that sort of money, particularly if we're looking at the households that are worst affected by this crisis. That is, workers on low income, the unemployed, people in receipt of welfare, the disabled, single parents. So let's be real about this. If this is going to change, communities need to be empowered to push that change forward. So we need, really, to support these communities coming together to work out, to develop, and to fight for their own energy transition.
Time, Speaker.
That's the best way to ensure that this actually happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. Now, I will ask for speakers either in favour or against, but and while you're more than welcome to come up, I'm conscious we're running tight for time. We've 10 minutes to conclude the rest of the panel. So if there's any speakers favour or against, not trying to deter you or anything, but if you want to identify yourself now. Okay.
Elaine McGinty, I'm a councillor in Meath County Council. I want to support this motion. I think it's fantastic. I look at COP and I see what's been done at a political level, at a country level, but the real change will take place in our communities. I absolutely believe that. Energy has to be affordable, or else this won't happen, because ordinary people will not be able to afford the change. So if we make it affordable and we bring it back to the communities, that for me is the biggest game changer when it comes to climate change. We take ownership in our communities, and this will happen if we can do that. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. I think it's very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. So I don't see any other speakers identifying if they want to speak either for or against, but can I just remind, I know a few people have joined us over the past couple of minutes, just to remind everyone to wear their masks on the basis of, obviously, we're still during the middle of COVID-19, and just to wear the masks appropriately, just fully over your nose, if that's all right. So I don't see any further speakers. Do you want to speak on motion 14? No, so there's no further speakers to motion 14. So we're going to move to motion 15 now in the name of Limerick City. And I'm going to invite Anne Cronin up to speak. And Anne, you might indicate if you're going to accept the amendment in the name of Central Council or not. You are going to accept the amendment. Okay, thanks, Anne.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair, delegates, friends. My name is Anne Cronin and I'm Chair of the Limerick City constituency. I want to speak to this motion because in the face of overwhelming scientific evidence and ongoing global debate on climate emergency measures, we in the Labour Party have no choice but to support climate mitigation measures. Otherwise, we are actively condemning future generations to a planet that we have destroyed. In the full knowledge that we could have done better, we could have been stronger, we could have been fairer, and we could have fought harder. As someone who grew up in North Kerry and cycled to school, it saddens me that children living in the same rural circumstances today cannot do the same. Increasing speed limits, poor spatial planning, and a complete lack of active travel infrastructure in rural Ireland means that it's completely unsafe for children to cycle their bikes on our country roads. Our cities and towns too are held to ransom by a legacy of car dependency, which has led to transport becoming the fastest growing contributor to carbon emissions in this country. The highest proportion of trips we take are between 1 and 3 kilometres. A further quarter of trips are between 3 and 5 kilometres. The majority of all trips taken by Dublin City residents are less than 5 kilometres. The overwhelming majority of all those trips are taken by car. In the last census, 6 girls in the Limerick metropolitan area cycle to secondary school. 6, not 6%. In the latest travel survey undertaken by the CSO, the main factor that would encourage more people to cycle is a safer cycling route, followed by better health. We need to develop a connected, inclusive cycle network throughout the country alongside the delivery of a significant public transport programme. Those that cycle, walk and use micromobility such as scooters must be supported to continue to do so, and those that want to cycle but feel it's unsafe must be supported to leave their car at home for short trips. The only way to do this is to put in place segregated cycle lanes throughout our cities, towns and villages. Yes, they will disrupt traffic. Yes, they will make some voters very unhappy. But ultimately, cycle lanes are good for those who must drive. They mean more people on bikes and less people in cars, adding to the traffic and congestion. Of course, some people will always need to drive, but the evidence tells us that quite a few would reconsider if they felt it was safe to do so. Labour has consistently said that our national development plan must be a climate investment plan. The climate assessment or scoring system against which projects will be measured must be allowed to work and should be embraced by all decision makers. As Mary Robinson told us this week, leaders need to get into crisis mode and embrace efforts and programmes that reduce emissions. To wait for future governments or other parties to do so is foolhardy. We must all play our part with conviction. Supporting people who want to drive everywhere and park everywhere is no longer an option. We need to stand up for people on low incomes that can't afford a car, our postal workers, our key workers, our food delivery people that cycle as part of their job, young children that cycle to school, young families that live in residential areas of the city whose children cannot walk to school on footpaths without PPE. Children in this country need PPE to walk to school.
Time, Speaker.
We cannot wait for endless consultation on maintaining through traffic or redirecting traffic, or which road is one way, which isn't, or for lofty and ambitious discussions on building special pedestrian or cycling bridges. Not everyone will support active travel safety measures, but they will embrace them once they witness the changes to their air quality. Children needing less inhalers, better health, lower levels of obesity and respiratory illness, and less congestion.
Time.
Where local authorities have shown leadership and make plans to trial active travel infrastructure through their specific active travel teams, we must support them and ensure these projects get over the line. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anne. On the basis that Limerick City have accepted the amendment in the name of Central Council, the motion 15, there's no need for us to vote on the amendment on the basis of the constituency have accepted the amendment to the motion, but I'll take Audrey Reid to speak on the amendment anyway. Audrey.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I very much welcome the fact that they've accepted the amendment. I think it's a fantastic motion. We all did when we saw it. The issue that we're looking at really here is the question of quality. If active measures are to be put in place, active travel measures are to be put in place, they have to be good. They have to be effective, they have to be enforced, and they have to have really good design. Otherwise, you lose confidence in what's going on. Our councillors will work with councils in putting these in place, but we have seen some really poor design in the past. Now, the stuff we've seen in COVID has been fantastic. It has rescued cities, but that now needs to be enhanced. It has to be put back in properly. It's no good putting white lines on a road and leaving cyclists exposed. It's no good putting white lines on footpaths and endangering pedestrians. So if we're going to do this, it has to be part of an urban framework. I think the NTA's actions here are really good in their strategy, and I think we can do an awful lot better in terms of design, and I think that's the key part of what this amendment is about. So thank you.
Thanks, Audrey.
Thanks very much.
Any other speakers on motion 15 in favour or against? I see one at the back. Owen. If there's another speaker, I'd take it, but otherwise, Dara, and then we're going to then allow Ivana then to respond to spokesperson after Owen and Dara, if that's okay. So, Owen.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Owen Coates from Dublin South Central and Labour Trade Unionists. Firstly, to speak in favour of this motion, I think it is a very good motion, but I just want to make reference to the motion where it focuses on a new deal for towns and villages. And I do think, having grown up in a rural town, that cycling is not the sole solution to those problems that we have. We've heard all day today, all morning, about the dependency of the car, about how people in commuter towns, how people who are living in rural towns have 2 or 3 cars in their driveway. Back in my family home, there's 4. It's exactly the same scenario. But 100 years ago, most towns and villages in Ireland had a train station. And we have lost that over 100 years. And no matter what, if you look at anywhere in Europe, rail travel is the most sustainable form of travel. It has the lowest emissions, and it's the easiest to electrify. So I do completely welcome the motion. I think cycling and active mobility is a big part of achieving a sustainable transport model, but I do think we need to focus more on rail. Unfortunately, this country has a bit of an allergy to railways, at least in rural towns and cities, but there is plenty of options which we need to focus on. High-speed rail is an obvious one to our cities, and commuter rail then to our towns. That's it for me. Again, I welcome it, and I hope you consider my thoughts going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. And then the last speaker to motion 15 is Councillor Darragh Moriarty.
Thanks very much, Chair, and congratulations yourself on becoming the new Chair of the party. It's kind of a moot point that I want to raise because the amendment has since been accepted, but I'm disappointed the amendment's been accepted. I thought that the Limerick motion itself was very ambitious, and it sort of was a statement of intent, and it mandated us as local representatives to be much more positive and much more proactive when it comes to segregated cycle lanes, improving road infrastructure at junctions and roundabouts, and facilitating walking and cycling. We just heard the panel, we've just heard all of the commentary around COP. Kieran Ahern mentioned we have to cut down car journeys, 500,000 car journeys a day. How can we do that if we don't actively be hostile against the car, get it off the streets, encourage people to actually walk, encourage people to cycle? And, you know, this is a very simple motion that asks something of us as local representatives to take the initiative and support this, support cycle lanes, support road infrastructure, and deny parking on footpaths because they're for people. And it's been diluted. It's been completely diluted now by that amendment, which has been accepted, and I understand they've accepted it, but I'm very disappointed that it has been diluted. I would have supported the original motion the way it was, and unfortunately now, because it's been diluted, I won't be supporting the motion because I think it's not ambitious enough. We've just heard how ambitious we need to be, and once again, we're actually being stifled. We're actually being, you know, it's too reductive. And I think time and time again, we heard Sean Horgan talking about the minority of councillors that are trying to undo some of the good that's been done during COVID. And some of our own councillors are guilty of that. And we have to stand up to that as a party. You know, we're talking about red, green. I think, you know, ultimately, we're not being green enough when it comes to those issues. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay. So we're going to invite Ivana Bacik to respond to the debate. So Ivana, you have 10 minutes as the spokesperson to respond, if you'd like to take the 10 minutes. No pressure if you don't.
I think, Lisa, the message is clear. I won't take the full 10 minutes. Comrades, Akarja Galer, Guramahagwiv, it's been a super debate. I'm really proud to be here as the climate spokesperson to respond. I think we've heard really passionate and strong arguments in support of motions on just transition, on radical action, on public transport and active travel, and on community-based initiatives. And indeed, you know, these are the sort of motions that really, I was going to say drive, I'm not going to say drive, that they provide a cycle path, not a roadmap, to enable us to fulfil radical policies and radical measures to tackle climate. And these are the sort of policies that we in Labour are uniquely placed to deliver upon and to embrace, as the red greens that I believe we all are. And as I've said, this is a really timely debate to have this morning as we await the final declaration from the COP26 meeting this afternoon. Here in Ireland, we in Labour are providing a constructive opposition on climate. We are supporting government measures in terms of setting ambitious targets, but we are also holding government to account on the lack of specifics on how we are going to implement the measures necessary to deliver on those ambitious targets. So we in Labour this week are putting forward in the Dáil a carbon labelling bill requiring companies to specify how their products meet carbon emission reductions targets that give consumers more clarity on carbon issues. We're also putting forward a Dublin Bay bill. We're preparing that now to provide for an overarching statutory body to take responsibility for the amazing amenity that is Dublin Bay, to ensure that we have better quality of life, better marine diversity and better biodiversity in the Bay, as well as enabling development of the infrastructure for public use. For swimmers and others. We're also putting forward a right to repair bill to deliver more on the circular economy, and these are just some of the initiatives we're taking within the Dáil. At local level, all of us are doing what we can also. Just yesterday I met with local community in Ringsend about the development of new cycle infrastructure on the Sean Moore Road, because we need to bring local communities with us. And I think the debate we've heard this morning has really emphasised the practical steps that Labour, as socialists, as social democrats, can be taking to ensure that we do deliver on the necessary reduction in climate emissions, that we do achieve decarbonisation. And there is real urgency surrounding this issue. And we know that. It's the sort of urgency that characterised the responses of governments around the world to the devastating COVID crisis. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that sort of radical and urgent implementation of measures necessary to tackle climate. As I've said in recent weeks, as climate spokesperson, I've consistently sought more specifics from government, timelines, clear detail on the measures necessary to implement the plans to deliver on climate targets. And unfortunately, in greenhouse gas emissions category, Ireland remains among the very low performers. So why are we as Labour uniquely placed to push for radical climate action? Because parties of the left, like us, understand the value of collective action, as some of the speakers have said, as Chloe and others have said. That is the strength of Labour. There's growing consciousness worldwide of the need for strong public sector intervention, strong government intervention and cooperation on climate change. And that's one of the reasons why we're seeing parties of the left winning elections in Germany, in Norway and elsewhere. So our Labour movement, our international social democrat and socialist movement, is uniquely placed to deliver on this. Mary Robinson, a Labour woman, this week we saw making an impassioned plea to world leaders to ensure that there would be urgent action taken on climate. She's previously said that we will not succeed in ensuring a safer world for future generations and fighting climate change without first ensuring dignity and rights of all people alive today are respected and protected. So those principles of dignity, respect and human rights are principles that are at the cornerstone of our Labour belief system. The belief system of the party of Mary Robinson, of Michael D. Higgins and of all of us who are so committed to taking red-green action on tackling climate change. Labour has played a pivotal role in creating a better Ireland, we know this, in the last 100 years. And we now are the party that can do what it needs to be done to ensure that our children and our grandchildren live in a better world 100 years from today. And I think, just to finish on a message of hope, the fact that we know global warming to be the result of human activity implies that the means of addressing climate change is also can also be carried out by all of us. It can be done by collective human endeavour. And that's the hopeful message from COP26, which I know we spoke about on the great panel earlier. And that hopeful message is important. We've heard it from Greta Thunberg, from Vanessa Nakate and other fantastic younger activists who are pushing us to promote a hopeful and can-do message about how we can tackle the climate emergency. Intergenerational solidarity and equality lie at the heart of climate justice and of sustainable development. And standing here and thinking of our beloved comrade Cormac O'Brien, I'm so impassioned and so heartened by the Labour youth speakers this morning and last night who spoke with such passion on Northern Ireland, on the future of this island and on climate. And I think that's where the future lies for all of us. That's where the will to take climate action exists. We see it in the school strikes. Thank you, Gurmagu. We see it. just to finish, we see it in the school strikes every Friday, we see it in the Citizens' Assembly on climate change, we see it in these motions that are on the Clár on Modern and Ya. And I really urge you all to support these motions, help us chart a cycle way to a new deal for climate that only Labour can deliver. Gura maith agaibh.
It's definitely great starting the Saturday morning panel with such an excellent speaker like Ivana, because definitely I think there's no better way to get everyone excited and riled up for a day of motions and debate than with the likes of Ivana to inspire us all into the discussion. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open the vote formally on motions 11, the amended motion 12 that was accepted by Dublin Bay South, motion 13, motion 14, and the amended motion 15, where the amendment was accepted by Limerick City. So you're going to get an email now over the next couple of seconds. In order to be able to vote, you can vote in favour, against or abstain on each individual motion. The important thing is to scroll down to the bottom and press submit ballot. And now there's a number of people here who have indicated they want to vote by hand on the basis of they might necessarily have a device to facilitate them to vote virtually. So I'm going to ask Dermot Lacey, who's the chief teller, to come up and to facilitate then the vote through each of the motions for those who require to vote by hand. So Dermot's up there on to my right. So we're going to open the vote then on motion 11 for those who aren't voting electronically. So on motion 11, those in favour of the motion. Those against? And abstentions? Okay, thank you. Motion 12, which is the amended motion with the Labour Trade Unionist amendment included. Those in favour of motion 12? Those against? And any abstentions? So motion 13 then, the Labour Youth motion. Those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? And just before we move to the last one, we'll close the voting then for those voting electronically after we cover motion 14 and 15. So motion 14, those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? And then motion 15, which is the amended motion accepted by Limerick City from Central Council. Those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? Okay, so we're going to close the electronic voting, and just while the results then are coming in, we'll go back to the panellists. So, Ali, I'll ask you maybe to give some of your thoughts on some of the debate that happened and any other pieces you might want to cover.
Heartened by the language, rapid, radical, fair, and to see the diversity of voices and viewpoints from an industry level, from a community level, from a national level was also really, really strong to see. And I think the fear I have now with COP and when it finishes is that we'll go back to normal, right? We won't. And I think while we are getting greater awareness around climate, I don't think it's yet sunk in what 51% reduction in less than 10 years' time means. Yeah. It's a huge burden to bear. It's a massive opportunity, but it's the most we've ever been asked to do in the shortest amount of time frame, and it's going to require all parts of society now to essentially pick a side. And what I mean by pick a side is this is the time to be brave around decisions. This is the time to hold each other to account about how we're moving. Is it in line with what the science says? And it's going to call for a new type of leadership, a new type of allies who maybe aren't traditionally allies working together, and that collective accountability. And something I am really worried about is, you're so strong on a just transition that I think we're going to actively have to protect what a just transition is. Because I know if you've worked in it or been reading about sustainability, that term has been commodified so much, and we really need to be careful about what just transition means. I think I remember hearing a just transition for traffic being used in terms of a debate around the Phoenix Park. So what does it mean? How is it really going to protect those that need, and that we make sure that the language doesn't get co-opted and doesn't get used in a way that's actually not getting us progress? And the big thing for me, while we're seeing fantastic initiatives, we do have a much more proactive landscape for change now with the bill, with the action plan, with the sectoral emission ceilings. We still don't know where we're going. Where is Ireland going to be in 2030 in terms of a 51% reduction? What does it mean for us? What are our lives like? How do we pivot everything towards that point? So that means going big, going fast, going radical in terms of the grassroots stuff around active transport, around community energy. But it also means stopping the flow of finance to things that are getting us deeper into this issue as well, So looking at where we're building roads, challenging that as well. Where are we investing in industries that maybe aren't aligning with climate initiatives? It's about bringing a climate lens to absolutely everything that we do. And I think, it is going to be around to the detail. I think that's, again, one of the challenges is once the big glossy headlines move off, how do we make sure this is going to get done? It's about hearts and minds, but it's also hearts, minds and mandates. Is everyone pointing towards this end goal, and we're making sure that we're all working in unison. And look, like I say, it is going to take courage. There's many injustices around climate, and one we're going to start to understand is that the public might not always be with us with the speed we need to go, but equally it is unjust to not lead on this because they are going to have to pay the price for any more dragging on this. Delaying is not neutral. It comes with a cost, and we have to start, as leaders, step up and show that movement and make sure that as much as we can, we bring others with us. And so, look, my final note would be, look, it's a privilege to be in a position to have a say on this. It's a privilege to be able to challenge and ask for more. And I think the motions that were put forward today are really indicative of where the energy is around this issue in your party, where the leadership and commitment wants to go. And I really urge you to follow that commitment, be brave, hold firm in terms of climate, hold each other to account, and lean into it, because literally we have everything to lose if we don't move fast enough.
Great, thanks, Ali. Would you like to give any thoughts then on some of the discussions?
I think there's a new language emerging within our own party around the colours red and green. And I think many of us are instinctively have been climate activists for many years. I mean, none more so than the person sitting beside me here. And we've been instinctively in that space. But I think Ali is right. It's now about forming new alliances, and there's new language emerging around supporting green policies, not on a partisan basis, but on the basis that they are good policies in terms of what we seek to achieve. And I think we need to be part of that. And I think where we are quite sensible in terms of, being, on this issue, I'm not convinced that, for instance, Sinn Féin, in respect of their policy around carbon tax, for instance, is on the same page in relation to this journey around climate action. So I think there is grounds now for, the building of political alliances around this. I think the Labour Party, is, as it always does, will get down into the devil of the detail, because that's what we do. We do detail very well. And we don't gloss over these issues, because we take hard decisions when we're in government if hard decisions need to be made, and that's where we will be. We will be at the forefront. That's why next week I'll be talking to farmers in my constituency, big dairy farmers. We'll have the arguments about, reductions in methane, for instance, what the next CAP will look like. I'll be talking about afforestation, because that's what we have to do. We'll all have to challenge the conventional wisdoms. There will have to be a paradigm shift around climate action. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old at home. I have to be able to look them in the eye as they get older. When they ask me, well, what did you do for the climate, Daddy? And I'd say, well, I did my best. And I need to be honest about, even pardon the expression, slaughtering some of the sacred cows in my own mind that I would have held. We all have to rethink and reimagine what this is going to look like. And I think, there's an opportunity now. So that's why I think this party that I'm in, I think is going to grasp the mettle on this one. And I'm glad to be a part of that.
Thanks, Sean. And Kieran, then I'll just come to yourself. You would have otherwise been, I'd imagine, have spoken to Motion 15 as a keen cycling enthusiast, but obviously you were compelled to sit in that chair during the debate, so you weren't able to. But you might give us some of your thoughts anyway on it.
Thanks, Lisa. Yes, I was really encouraged by the debate here today, and particularly by the Labour Youth motion and by the motion from Limerick, which the original version I would have very much been in favour of as well, as Dara very ably articulated. In my view, private cars have no future in our cities, and we need to be banning things like SUVs. These are just antisocial, unhealthy, unsustainable, dirty, dangerous addictions that we need to get rid of. So, I mean, that's where I stand on these types of things. We also, it was great debate on public transport. We do need, obviously huge, unprecedented investment in public transport. You can't get buses at night or trains at night at early mornings. There's issues with costs. It's cheaper to fly to Kerry than it is to get the train there. That's unbelievable. We need to stop competing with these different types of modes. And while not everywhere in the country can have a metro immediately, we were really disappointed this week in Dublin Southwest that, any talk of a metro for the southwest part of the city has been totally scotched for at least 20 years. But if money is an issue, well, then we have to reprioritise our street space. And we have to dedicate more segregated areas for active transport, for lower carbon transport. We have to even things like traffic lights have to be reprioritized so that pedestrians' active travel are prioritized over other higher emitters. Active travel grants have to be provided for e-bikes, for cargo bikes, things like that. We have to do everything to encourage and incentivize people to get out of their cars, because there are smarter ways of doing things. We don't have to take the car for every 2 kilometre, 1 kilometre, 3 kilometre journey that we're doing, which are the majority of journeys are under 5K. There are smarter ways of doing that. We need to lead on this, and we can lead on it. We need to be brave. I'm so encouraged by what I heard today, and I just hope we all take a lot of enthusiasm from here, and I thank all the speakers for their contributions.
And Ivana, I'll give you the final word if you'd like it.
Well, just to say, like Kieran, I'm hugely encouraged by this morning's debate. I think there's been fantastic energy, fantastic passion, and that's what we need to bring to the space on climate. That's what we need at national level, but also at community and local level to tackle climate, to bring us to the point where we can achieve the 51% by 2030 that is facing us so soon. So I'm really encouraged by that. I think Labour will be pushing on just transition, on climate justice, and on the necessary measures at local and community level as well to tackle climate. So, Guramahaguiv Galer, thank you. You've given me new heart, and I think all of us in the PLP. Thank you.
Okay, so just in terms of the results on the motions then that were debated, so just to go back to motion 11, so and we have actually percentage breakdowns of those for, against or abstain. So in motion 11 in the name of Cork East, that was voted in favour of by 100% of those voting in the room and those voting virtually. Motion 12, which is the amended motion in the name of Dublin Bay South, was voted in favour for by 99% of delegates. Motion 13 in the name of Labour Youth was voted in favour for by 97% of delegates. Motion 14 in the name of Cork South West was voted in favour for by 98% of delegates. And then motion 15, which is the amended motion in the name of Limerick City, was voted in favour for by 87%, 6% were against and 6% abstained. So we're going to move now on to a new deal for care. I think the morning session has definitely shown if you want green, vote red. We're going to do a quick change on the stage. I'd ask everyone to please stay where you are just to facilitate the quick turnover. So thanks very much and hopefully you enjoyed the session. sticking with us. And we're just going to start this morning's session, which is a new deal for care. Just to note, we're slightly running behind time, which I suppose is probably tradition at Labour Party conference, but just in respect to moving on the motions in order to follow the agenda that was issued to us. So we're just going to formally open now this morning's session on a new deal for care. We're going to formally move into the motions and start moving through each of the motions. So the first session we're dealing with under this section is on health, and I'm going to call so it's motion 16, and Owen Barry was due to speak, but unfortunately can't be here. So I'm going to formally propose it on behalf of the Laois Offaly branch, but on the basis of I'm doing that, can I please get a seconder from the floor? So I see Annie Hoey there. So we'll come back then to that, just as we've already discussed and gone through this morning and then yesterday in terms of the voting, then we'll be at the end. So can I ask if there's any speakers who would like to speak on motion 16, either for or against? Okay. We're going to then move on to motion 17, which is in the name of the Dún Laoghaire branch. So I'm going to ask Ciarán de Barra then to come up to propose motion 17. If anyone would like to speak for or against it, you might just make your way up to the top as well, if that's okay.
Hi, thanks, Gurmeen Bogwith. Hi guys, Ciarán de Barra, Dún Laoghaire branch. So Gurmeen Moggets with Claire, I was hooked on Dash on Rune Shut of Flay, do you even know? So we need to radically rethink the way in which we develop and subsidise the products of pharmaceutical research. This refers to all types of medicines, from vaccines to cancer treatments. The development of innovative medicines is essential for treating patients and preventing disease. We need a more equitable system of access to medicines. Access to medicines is a global health issue where patients in low to middle income countries can't access basic essential medicines and vaccines. But it also affects patients in this country, where patients often can't access the medicines they need simply because they're too expensive and can't be reimbursed by the state. The R&D models of big pharmaceutical companies are profit-driven and will always demand the highest return possible on their research pipelines. High prices put treatments out of the reach of the patients who need them the most, and this puts patients' lives at risk. Although this issue relates to a wide range of serious diseases, the COVID-19 pandemic, which is ongoing and has cost so many lives, has brought this issue into stark relief, and it would be unfair not to mention this massive global health challenge. The development of several COVID vaccines in just 1 year has been a massive achievement and a huge testament to the public contribution and effort that was brought to bear on this challenge. It shows what can be achieved when public resources and political will are directed towards global health objectives. But this effort has been undermined by a relatively slow and definitely unequal global vaccine rollout, due in most part to private sector control of patents and manufacturing capabilities. We know that COVID-19 is a global health problem and must be dealt with as such. So what do we need to do? So first of all, we need to value pharmaceutical development in terms of its public health impact and not its ability to generate profits and drive shareholder value. We need to ensure a fair return on public investment in pharmaceutical research from universities, colleges, public hospitals, and we need to use this when negotiating for price with pharmaceutical companies. We need more transparency in how companies cost drug development and how they derive the prices of these medicines. We need to engage with progressive policies at EU level and international initiatives that support pooling of technology and where needed, suspending intellectual property protection, like in cases where there's urgent medical need. So like Ireland is home to 24 to 25 largest biotech and pharmaceutical companies in the world, where they have access to a highly skilled and competent workforce and infrastructure that enables a huge manufacturing capacity. So we not only have an increased responsibility in this area now, but also the leverage to drive reform. We need to ensure fair access to medicines that recognises the public contribution to research and development. I believe that the Labour Party is the party to put access to medicines issues on the agenda and to develop policies and deliver reforms in government. So I call members here and at home to commend this motion. In Pemer of Galair and Room Shutglock in you, our son Deshnu Alight Duntir for Mila Magud Galair.
Thanks, Kieran. Is there any speakers either for or against motion 17? Okay, I don't see anyone offering, so we're just going to move on to then motion 18 in the name of the Tipperary constituency. So Ellen O'Sullivan is going to move motion 18.
Hi, Ellen O'Sullivan, Dublin South Central and Labour Women. I have not moved to Tipperary, but I am very happy to have been asked by Tipperary to propose this motion in my capacity as Chair of Labour Women. During the historical Repeal the 8th campaign, many of us here heard stories in the media, on the doors during canvasses, and from our friends that will stick with us for life. I know many of you here were at the Labour campaign launch in 2018, where we heard harrowing stories from members of terminations for medical reasons. These stories spurred us on to fight and to win the referendum in 2018, and we did, and it was a historic and well-fought win. And yet, 3.5 years on, people still have to get a plane and travel to access abortion. The barriers to access free, safe, legal and local abortions are numerous, and for many people they are too great to overcome. We need to remember those stories that we heard in 2018. We need to remember the people we met, the people we are fighting for, and we need to continue this fight to ensure that anyone who needs one can access a free, safe, legal and local abortion. I urge you to commend this motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ellen. Any speakers then on motion 18? Emma.
Emma Gallagher Cutlip, Drogheda Louth. Comrades, in this past year or so, 6,577 pairs of shoes walked into a healthcare facility for abortion care. 55,959 pairs of shoes walked alone and anxious into a healthcare facility to give labour and to give birth. Approximately 18,000 shoes walked bleeding into a healthcare facility to confirm the heartache of a miscarriage. 153 pairs of shoes walked out of a healthcare facility with a postpartum body, empty arms, and a broken heart full of the crushing grief of neonatal loss. 194 pairs of shoes left a healthcare facility adrift to find abortion care in the UK. 62 of those having received the impossible news that their much wanted advanced pregnancy was fated by a diagnosis of severe fatal anomaly. These shoes are filled by your mothers, your sisters, your partners and wives, your daughters, shoes like mine and many of your comrades here in this room and at home. All shoes of real people deserving the dignity, respect and compassion of free, safe, legal and local abortion care without interference or judgment by either legislation or protest. I commend this motion to the floor.
Thank you, Emma. Any other speakers to motion 18? Michael, are you looking to speak to motion 18? No. Okay, so we're going to move then to motion 19 in the name of Dublin South Central. So Michael, that's yourself.
Conference. Earlier this year, the Ombudsman produced a report that showed that more than 1,300 people under the age of 65 were living in nursing homes for older people, mostly because they could not access the support which would enable them to live in their own homes in the community. People who could and should be living in our communities and leading full lives are left forgotten in inappropriate settings, and many feel abandoned. I say more than 1,300 as no one actually knows the full figure, because that figure is just based on the number that are funded through the Nursing Home Support Scheme. The report sets out a series of recommendations, including an immediate survey to determine the scale of the problem, long-term and ongoing funding to resolve it, as well as some immediate funding to alleviate the situation of individuals. During the time the report was being put together, it was put together initially because individuals had made complaints to the Ombudsman, and sadly one of the people who made those complaints has since died and never got a chance to benefit from the recommendations of the report. So this is an urgent issue, I would say. The report also addresses the issue of informed consent. Many people who are in that situation agreed to go into the nursing home as a temporary measure, not realising that it was something that was going to go on for a much longer time. Some of those involved the funding from the Fair Homes scheme. And I said there's a real issue of informed consent and agency for the people with disabilities. This report was discussed at the Joint Committee on Disability in June of this year, and that committee recommended that the measures would be forwarded. And I understand that funding has been provided, but this country is littered with reports on scandals and things that need to be dealt with. I understand that the committee failed to meet in September because there wasn't a quorum for it. So I would urge the conference to support this motion, and I would look to our Oireachtas members to ensure that the recommendations in this report are carried out in a speedy and urgent manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Any other speakers on motion 19? Take yourself there if you'd like to speak on motion 19. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. You'll have 2 minutes to respond then to motion 19 now. After motion 19, that'll conclude the session on health. We're going to take all motions, though, vote on all motions at the end. So I certainly hope you have your pens at the ready, because we have 16 motions, which is going to be difficult to remember how you're going to vote on each one. So thanks very much.
Okay. Just to say first, I would vote enthusiastically for motion 19 and the others this morning, and they're all a big move forward about things that are really necessary. At the same time, there's a question in my mind, and it's quite simply, are we really doing enough to push forward on a better way of providing health and social care in the country? Sláinte care has been accepted, I think, by all the parties and by ourselves, and yet it seems to me it's dragging its feet slowly. And if whilst it's right that we tackle one failure in our health service at a time and try to do something about them, and people are really working hard at that, we'll still have a poor health service unless we champion Sláinte care, I think, more than we have done up to date. And I would love to see us do that and take it forward. A health system that delivers the care and health and social care to people as they need it, to all the people as and when they need it, without any relevance to what they can pay for it. And I think we need to champion that more obviously than we have done.
Thanks, Bernie. Mark, do you want to speak on the motion? Yep. Just, if you don't mind giving your name and your constituency.
Thanks very much. My name is Mark. I'm in Dublin Bay South. I work as a GP. I just want to follow up on the last speaker, who I think encapsulated exactly the human rights approach that we all should have towards healthcare as social democrats. I think I'm increasingly frustrated working in Ireland, clearly on a bigger picture in terms of housing policy, transport policy. Our health is severely impacted, and it's clear we're not really living in a social democracy, and our health, we don't get a good start in life, particularly with adverse child experiences and the lack of early child investment, childcare, lack of supports. But on the slice of healthcare that I can do, sitting in a consultation room, we have no primary mental health care services, none. We have waiting lists of 3 years. If a child has special needs, 2 years, 3 years. I sit with crying mothers every day in a waiting room. Our mental health policy is that someone has to pay €60 to see me, and then I outsource any counselling services at €1,000 a year to the private sector. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace working in the healthcare services. I would say that Sláinte Care is the solution. It is the vehicle. It has the values. Government have in no way supported or implemented the necessary reform of governance reform, because as Social Democrats we know that governance needs to change in primary care, in our public systems and how we integrate healthcare. But we haven't funded it. And Labour is the Social Democratic Party that has delivered change in the past, and we have to get into government because it's clear that the current status quo is not delivering and it's really failing our population. I really encourage all these motions, and particularly around early childcare year and elderly care. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Any other final opportunity for any other speakers then? Yourself, thanks.
Evan Ryan, Common, Valya Lochgorman. So I wanted to mainly speak on motion 16, but it kind of flew by and I didn't really get the opportunity. Because I don't think it's right that we look at a motion on CAMHS and we just, I assume this is put forward by Owen Barry, who's a fantastic speaker on the reality of CAMHS and the reality of an inhuman system to deal with child and adolescent mental health. That I think on a daily basis we are failing, we will continue to fail young people who reach out for support, and I think the pandemic has highlighted just the level of issues and dysfunctionality when it comes to mental health care for people who are children even, of any age. And we're talking about people being turned away from mental health facilities. We're talking about a spike, and a spike in the severity especially when it comes to identifying as in early childhood, when you talk about developmental conditions like ASD and things like that, that these things are not being identified. When it comes to things like eating disorders, that they're getting to a much more advanced stage now before they're even recognised, because people aren't getting out. They're not in schools as much. They're not in the workplace much, and these things are not being picked up. So now, with this spike in cases to do with things like eating disorders, we're seeing people who are being turned away from hospitals, who are being forced to cross the country just to receive their own basic mental health care, and this isn't right. And so I really want to commend this motion. It's a fantastic motion. I urge you all to vote in favour of it. Gurmina Machmod.
Any final speakers for any of the health motions? James. And then after James, then we'll move on to children equality, disability, integration and youth. So you have 2 minutes, James.
James Carney, Dunleary, pronouns he, him. Just to briefly address motion 16, which I strongly urge you all to vote in favour of. It mentions the child and adolescent mental health services. We, as young people ourselves, and I do include myself in that, still a member of Labour Youth, we are seeing a change in what we define as youth for a number of reasons: lack of access to housing, in-transient work issues, things of that nature. But on the issue of child and adolescent mental health, there's a number of people in the country who don't get this at such an early age, and they develop it into their late 20s. Speaking from my partner's personal experience, she was recently diagnosed with ADHD. She's 25 years of age, and she had to pay €1,000 to get that diagnosis, short of waiting for however long on the public health system. I strongly urge people to vote in favour of this, but the idea of young people should be somewhat expanded, not just adolescents, but young people as we define them within Labour Youth are strongly affected by this. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other speakers looking to speak on. Oh, Mick, sorry. Mick, then I'll invite yourself up to speak on the health motions.
Sorry, Mick Keegan here, Labour Disability again. Mental health affects an awful lot of people in this country. And we've had, Labour Disability had our own conference on mental health. If anybody wants to have a look at it, it's on YouTube. But we put in the pack this green ribbon. This green ribbon we'd like people to wear because to those who are suffering from mental health, it means that they can talk to you. And the whole thing about mental health is that we should be able to talk about it and take the stigma out of mental health. Thanks. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thanks, Mick. So we're going to move now to motion 20 in the name of Kildare North. Angela, you're going to speak to motion 20. So, Councillor Angela Feeney.
Morning, comrades, and thank you and congratulations, Lisa. Great to have you as party chair. Good morning, comrades. Councillor Angela Feeney, Kildare North, Maynooth Branch. As a public representative, I'm very aware that we have a real crisis in childcare education provision, which is really affecting families, especially in areas of huge population growth. Parents are so badly affected by the lack of availability of childcare places that they have to travel out of their own town to find creches or are forced not to return to work. Having been a working parent of 3 children myself, I know that having a place sorted for your child in a quality childcare education facility is key to being able to return to work. When our party leader visited Maynooth recently and met parents and providers, he saw firsthand the desperation and frustration they feel. So how do we get to this point? Parents unable to source places and providers unable to source facilities in these huge new housing developments. People choose to move to places like Maynooth, where I live, and many other towns in North Kildare, to purchase a home in a new housing estate. The glossy brochure mentions that there will be a creche as part of their estate, but roll forward months and even years and the creche doesn't materialise. Why? Because we are told there's no demand or it's not financially viable to provide one, so end result, no creche. We are a party that supports workers and we need to have this issue addressed. Let's remember that securing a place for your child is the single most important factor in enabling women to equally participate in society. In my own hometown of Maynooth, planning permission for creche facilities in numerous developments in the past 10 years have not yet been delivered, even though the most recent Kildare Childcare Committee report identified Maynooth as underserviced, has continued population growth with demand exceeding supply. Developers are believed when they say that there's no demand for creches, even when this is not the case, as I know, as creches like they are in North Kildare are full to capacity for years ahead. Myself and my Labour colleagues in Kildare have been playing our part and are actively addressing this by continuing to submit motions to our local area plans and our county development plans. We are supporting families who are under huge stress and faced with long waiting lists to find a place for their child. Providers attempting to engage with developers to manage the planned facility to no avail. The model is broken. Conference calls on the Labour Party to call on government to address this flaw in our planning system and to review the legislation as it stands to ensure that all future developments must deliver a community childcare education facility in order to address this important issue for families, our communities and our economies. I commend the motion to conference.
Thanks, Angela. Any speakers on motion 20? Okay, so we're going to move to motion 21 in the name of Labour Women. So we've Hannah Deasy to move motion 21.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your election. Comrades, I'm delighted to bring this motion to conference on behalf of my Labour Women sisters. Delegates, the care of children is not a women's issue. The care of children is not a parent's issue. It is an equality issue which impacts all of society. And any party that wishes to stamp out inequality before it takes root in a child's life must be to the fore of a campaign for public, universal childcare. The work of early years educators and carers is of immeasurable value to our society, yet it is grossly undervalued in monetary terms. Qualified workers aren't being given the respect that they deserve. Parents are crippled by fees, and budget after budget, piecemeal subsidies make little real difference. The system, insofar as there is any system at all, is completely broken. Ireland currently invests just 0.3% GDP into the sector. This places Ireland far behind the European average. In fact, Sweden, France, Denmark, and Finland all invest over 1%, which is the UNICEF target. But public investment in early years isn't just a matter of statistics. Public investment in early years education determines our collective future as a society. This lack of public investment is why women stop working outside of the home. It's why early years educators leave the profession that they've qualified in. And it's why children in Ireland today don't get an equal start at life. Labour Women have recently launched a campaign, Equal Early Years, calling for a public universal childcare system, one defined by equality for children, affordability for families, and fairness for early years professionals. As part of that campaign, we're calling for direct funding of administrative positions within creches, similar to the model of school secretaries, to enable workers to focus their time on what it is they do best, caring for children. Deputy Ivana Bacik TD has called for a Dun O'Malley moment for early years education. We know the impact that decision had on removing barriers to secondary school and on equality in Ireland. Today, we take it for granted that the state provides primary and secondary school level education. It's time now to do the same for early years, to take a stride towards eradicating educational disadvantage and to value the workers in this sector and to ensure the right to quality public education from the very beginning of a child's life. Delegates, I urge you to support the Labour Women campaign and to commend the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. Any speakers on motion 21? Eilish. Eilish Balfe, who's a local area rep in Meath.
Hello, my name is Eilish Balfe and I am the local area rep, Rathoath, Meath East. I'm also an early years educator and I want to thank Councillor Angela Feeney and Labour Women for bringing the motion to conference. The early years sector is in crisis, and when I say that, I really mean it. So we need funding for a new funding model. The funding model we have at the moment is completely broken. Early years educators are leaving in their droves because they are qualified to degree level and they're on minimum wage. We need to take these steps into a nationalised sector. So I urge you to support the motions. Thank you.
Thanks, Eilish. Any other speakers to motion 21? Okay, so we'll move to motion 22 in the name of Cork North Central. So we've Councillor John Maher to move motion 22.
Good morning, everyone. John Maher, City Councillor and Cork North Central. Before I start, I just want to take the opportunity to say you look even better in person. It's been a long 2 years and you've kept me going through social media. But by God, it's good to see you in the flesh. Before I get on about the motion, I just really want to recommend this book, Ireland on the Mandolin Laundries, A Campaign for Justice. Get it, it's a good read, and I can't highly recommend it enough. When I first came across the Mandolin Laundries or baby and mother homes, I was a young fella delivering Echoes in Cork. And at the time, you'd go back because you'd see the front page, and you might ask a question, and it was always pushed to the side. We'll talk about that later, John. And then as I grew up, we learned what it was. And it really hit me in '93. My younger brother was born. And while we came out of the Erinville Hospital in Cork City with my mum and my dad, and we had Joy, and he's our baby. Not so far away in Cork City, there was women going to Bessborough with a different story. This motion is not just about the Mandolin Laundries or mother and baby homes. It's much more than that. This country has an appalling track record when it comes to the treatment of its women, especially vulnerable women from disadvantaged backgrounds. The institutionalisation, exploitation and physical abuse of women in these laundries and mother and baby homes is one of the most shameful chapters in Irish history. But it would be a mistake to think that this is exclusively an issue of historical injustice. In Ireland, an injustice with historical roots often turns into an enduring injustice which persists in the present and into the future. The Labour Party is committed to securing justice for all victims and survivors of historical injustice at the hands of the Irish state. This motion calls for the veil of secrecy to be lifted, once and for all. Survivors of institutional injustice in Ireland should have a right to access their own personal records in full and the records of their family members. They also have the right to the truth, as we all do. Here in Cork, we have listened to survivors and engaged with the processes that sought the concrete over Bessborough. It is our view in Cork that the state should CPO these lands at Bessborough and protect the memory of those who have passed through there and who remain there. These lands should be used to create public amenity rather than an area of development. This is the only way, in our view, that memories can be preserved. We ask for a 30-year seal on the records on Mandolin Laundries and mother and baby homes to be removed, and for all administrative records collected by different commissions of inquiry to be released. The present government has done everything in their power to conceal and bury this scandal, in the hope that it is quickly forgotten by collective memory. This government's strategy of dismissing this injustice of the dustbin of history must be resisted. Justice has not yet been done, and this injustice will persist until all records are made public. I conclude by a quote from Mother Jones: "Pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living." The Labour Party must ensure that we get justice for these women. Gormila Mahagat.
Thanks, John. So further speakers to motion 22, I have Mags McKinney.
Thank you everyone for being here. For the last 26 years, Councillor Joe Costello and myself and the Labour Party, everyone throughout the years has been helping. We've been fighting for the two mother and baby homes and all the other mother and baby homes. And it is time that we unseal the records of 30 years. These mothers and these children want their own records and their own health records as well. So we do appreciate what you are doing in the Labour Party for every mother and baby home survivors and the ones that passed before us. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mags. Any other speakers to motion 22? Okay, so we're going to move to motion 23 in the name of Dublin South West. So I have Kieran Ahern to move motion 23. Kieran Ahern, who's a local area rep in Dublin South West.
Thanks, Lisa, and hi to the conference. We're honoured to, in Dublin South West, to move this motion in favour of a National Archive and Centre of Commemoration for all survivors of institutional abuse in this country. I'm in the Labour Party because I believe in a kinder and fairer future, which is what we all want, and that means changing how we have historically treated people who went through these institutions. And we have a proud history of advocating on behalf of these causes in the Labour Party. Labour Women were the first political grouping to come out in favour of the Justice for Magdalenes campaign And that's something that we should be really proud of. But the campaign continues. Women are still looking, survivors of these institutions still haven't got the medical cards that they were promised, and they still don't have access to information about their time there, or about children that they had taken away from them. Adopted people don't have proper and full access to all of the information, all of their birth information, which absolutely they should have. I suppose what we're looking for is an archive, so that instead of sealing these records, instead of trying to cover up and trying to cover the ass of the state with reports and sealing archives, we want to open it up so that we can learn from our mistakes as a country, so that our mistakes aren't repeated, so that the abuses that occurred in institutions over the years aren't continued today in direct provision in nursing homes or elsewhere. And the only way to do that is through bringing the light in and having a full national archive. That's what this motion is about today, and I'd commend it to conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Kieran. Any speakers to motion 23? Yourself, thanks.
Hey, Mossy Lyons, I'm from Cork East. I'm living in Fermoy, so a member of the branch too. I'm a student of history. I'm a big history buff. I'm not only a history buff, I'm the history buff. But I just don't know, there's so many points to this, and I commend Cork North Central and Dublin South West, and especially the chair of Cork North Central, Vittorio Bufacci. He has held extraordinary virtual meetings over Teams and the likes, virtual meetings about not only the Madeleine laundries, but also the mother and baby home records issue. And it's just two things I'd like to touch on, I think. And it's, first of all, GDPR. I don't know, is the government doesn't understand it, or do they not grasp it properly? Because it's not only Irish law, it's European law that people have an entitlement to the information held by them, whether it be by the government or commissions of investigations into the mother-baby homes. And as a previous speaker noted, they dissolve their truth. It's not our truth, it's not anyone's truth, it's their truth. And I would also say as well that if we don't push for the 30-year seal to be lifted on Madeleine laundries and mother and baby home records, we forget history at our own peril. I mean, history is such a valuable thing for everyone in this room. We live in a time that history is not only the past, it's the present. And we are currently standing in the room where the first Dáil met. And if we forget that, and if we don't fight for the seal to be lifted, we might as well forget the whole thing, because it's not on. It has to be remembered, it has to be commemorated, and I commend Dublin South West in particular for fighting for Cinder commemoration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mossy. And I'll take a final speaker to motion 23, Jack Nolan.
Comrades, I'm going to speak briefly on both of the motions. I know this is particularly on motion 23, but motion 22 is so deeply interlinked. I think it's only fair that I give it, the due time. Comrades, I come from this, at a very, very emotional level. My grandfather was in an industrial school in Baltimore in County Cork, and I've worked very closely with my comrades in Labour Youth to get similar motions passed to Labour Youth Conference last year regarding the records and maintaining an archive for victims of mother and baby homes and institutional abuse in the state, from Magdalen laundries to industrial schools and every other institution that has failed consistently the citizens of this so-called quote-unquote republic, confession box republic, until the late 90s. Comrades, we need to have an archive for these records, because what we will do, as John said earlier, we will consign our history to the dustbin if we do not give these the due credit and the due care that they deserve. We see the 30-year seal and the devastating effect this is going to have for thousands of women and children across this country. Women and children who are in mother and baby homes across this country. And the fact that they will not be able to access their records duly, and they will not be able to see, as Mossy described so aptly, their truth. And as well as this, next year, possibly we could see the seal of records for victims of industrial school abuse for over 75 years. That means I will be in my 90s when I am able to access my own grandfather's records. That is reprehensible in a modern liberal democracy, in any form of a social democracy or a socialist country that we seek to fight for. It is not right, it is not just, and in a decent secular state, we need to ensure that transparency is key and that we do not allow the government to work hand in glove with the old structures of church and state and allow these to be swept under the carpet. It's a stain on our history, and it will be a stain on our future if we do not act evasively now. Gormila Mahi.
Thanks, Jack. I've no other speakers on motion 23 presenting, so we're going to move to motion 24 in the name of Central Council. Just one thing to note before the speaker comes up to formally move the motion. Just on the last paragraph included on the motion, it says conference therefore calls urgent consideration. The word for is missing after the word calls and before the word urgent, so it should read conference therefore calls for urgent consideration to be given. So just to acknowledge that before Michael speaks for me to the motion. So Michael, you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations on your election, and I wish you well in your role. Thank you. Michael Connor, Central Council Representative, Dublin Midwest Constituency, member of the Clondalkin-Rathcoole branch. Chair, Conference, I'm moving motion number 24 submitted by the Central Council. This motion is in two parts. The first part deals with the Government's white paper on ending direct provision, based on the recommendations of the group headed up by Dr. Catherine Day, and insists that this be fully implemented by mid-2023. The persons encompassed by these recommendations are mainly those who have arrived into this country in order to escape from war, persecution, oppression, and deserve our support to help make a better life for themselves and for their families, and to allow and facilitate them to contribute to and participate fully in our society. The second part of the motion seeks to draw attention to and to help persons living in this country who are victims of modern slavery. As we are well aware, modern slavery is unfortunately not uncommon in Ireland. Given what we have learned from investigations and campaigns regarding the enslavement of people in institutions such as the Magdalene laundries, the mother and baby homes, industrial schools, facilitated by the church and financed by the state. Today in Ireland, modern slavery is organised and run not by church-state institutions, but mostly by criminal gangs with local and international links, and given the low level of conviction rates, seem to be operating with impunity. Victims of modern slavery can come from many different backgrounds and situations, be that a difficult family environment, homelessness, substance dependence, a threat of blackmail, false promises. There are many and varied reasons that can place a person in a vulnerable position, leaving them open to exploitation. Victims are also those who made the decision to travel to this country, hoping to make a better life for themselves, but their decision to do so was based on misleading information and false promises made by unscrupulous individuals whose only motivation was to make profit on the backs and enslavement of these unsuspecting persons. People traffickers and those who profiteer from enslavement are today's equivalent of slave traders and slave owners. There are several industries, legal and illegal, operating in Ireland within which this exploitation and enslavement occurs. According to reports from the Irish representative to the Council of Europe's independent group of experts on people trafficking, the fishing industry, car washes, the sexual services industry, nail bars, the restaurant takeaway industry, and people employed as cleaners are just some examples. While it has been reported that in Ireland in 2018 there were 64 cases of modern slavery, which included sexual exploitation, forced labour, forced criminality, and cases of children discovered, the Global Slavery Index estimated that there were approximately 8,000 people living in modern slavery in Ireland.
Time, Speaker.
So while those who arrive in Ireland fleeing oppression abroad have some recourse to support, albeit not perfect, those who are oppressed within the country have little or no recourse to support, especially if you consider the very low conviction rate of those responsible for such oppression. We must not differentiate or discriminate between persons who suffered oppression while before arriving into this country and persons who are suffering oppression within this country. Therefore, we must place supports in place for all victims of modern slavery living in Ireland. Allowing for the inclusion of persons found to be victims of modern slavery in the government's white paper on ending direct provision may achieve this object.
Time.
Yes, final paragraph. This motion is deliberately non-prescriptive, given the complexity of the issues involved, but what it does call for is that urgent consideration be given to addressing the specific needs of all victims of modern slavery in Ireland. I ask you to support motion number 24. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any speakers on motion 24? I don't see anyone present. Oh, sorry. Just your name and constituency.
Yeah, perfect. So my name is Catherine Arnold. My pronouns are whatever you want, and my branch is Dublin Fingal. And I'd like to commend the motion. And I think, you know, modern day slavery is definitely, it's a very real issue in Ireland. I actually started out talking with people who live in direct provision and exploring into this area. That's where I got involved in politics. And the thing about this motion is, there's something about the wording that I strongly dislike. Quote, only in 2020 did Ireland discover that workers are imported into this country living in what amounts to compounds separated from their families, and while the state has little or no awareness of the situation. Conference, this is not true. It was not only in 2020 that we found out, oh, we have slaves and migrants working in coercive situations in Ireland. It was not only in 2020. I remember waking up at 5, 6 in the morning to go to my part-time job and seeing people picking spring onions out in the fields in North County Dublin, and knowing that this was not, you know, just normal Irish workers. These were migrants under coercive action. So I commend this motion. I think we should all, you know, vote for it. But this is not something that we just discovered. We cannot claim ignorance here. And now we must enact change. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Catherine. And just to confirm, you were speaking in favour of the motion? Yeah, thanks. Okay, I don't see any other speakers presenting for motion 24, so we're going to... Mick, do you want to speak to motion 24 or are you moving 25? 25. Okay, so Mick Keegan to move motion 25 in the name of Labour Disability. Thanks, Mick.
Mick Keegan, Labour Disability. What Labour Disability are looking for is for the policy unit of the Labour Party to look into the to the Disability Act of 2005 because it's totally inadequate for today's thing. I mean, what we look at is the whole idea, part of the Act is that people have to be accessed before they get service. And it became law that that's what they had to do first. But what's happened now is they get assessed, but getting to the service is a different story altogether. They could be waiting three years or more, and especially with young children, that is not accessible and not accessible. It's not right. I'll put it that way to you. Sorry, I'm not going to make excuses. It's just that sometimes, for me to pronounce words, it's a bit difficult. Okay, bear with me. I'll get through it. But as I said, if you have money, you can access services within 3 to 4 weeks without any problem. You know, and unfortunately, people actually go and get loans and whatnot in order to get that service for their child, you know? So it's not right. We need to sit down, and that's why we're asking that we sit down with policymakers in the Labour Party to discuss this and get this guide changed so that it takes, to make it law that the services are there for the people, the money is put in for it, you know. And there's also problems with housing, work and transport. I was on with transport. I'll probably come up sometime when somebody's bringing on housing. You know, we've got 1,300 people living in accommodation, which is basically for if you're retired and whatnot. And 1,300 are actually over or under the age of 50, and an awful lot are in their 20s. There was a plan to get people out of I can't pronounce the word, so I'm not going to budget. But we do have another 13 people living in care that should be actually be able to get back out and live in the community. Again, there's no more than that. I was going to come up and on the talk with childcare and whatnot, and actually put in a bit about disability. There is children with disabilities cannot access local childcare, and it's simply that the providers don't have the facilities, are not given grants to be able to get their premises up so they can deal with people. Kids. Sorry, schools are the same thing. We have children with disability going to school with amenities put in. It's not access. It's not right for them. I know. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Look, I had 3 pages written out on what I wanted to do to change, and that's why this our motion we really want to put through. That we really need to sit down and work it out. And I also like to thank. I can never get your name properly, can I? Yeah. Aon. Sorry. He did
Mick, we're coming up to time,
I know, sorry, but I just want to, he highlighted the problem with autistic children and whatnot, and I really want to commend him on doing that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mick. I'll take 2 final speakers on motion 25 because we're running close to time. So, and Angela yourself. So, Councillor Ciara Galvin.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. I really just want to thank Labour Disability for bringing this motion to conference today. In my work as a councillor, we had a disability awareness training recently, and if anyone hasn't done that, I would highly recommend it, because even though I thought I was fairly clued into a lot of the issues that people with disabilities face in Irish society, and specifically in local government functions, I learned so much from that training. I really did. So I would highly recommend to anyone who can take it to do that. I want to thank Labour Disability for bringing this motion here today, and I would encourage this policy unit, if it's set up, which I assume it will, because I assume we're all going to be in support of this motion. But I would encourage that policy unit to look at what we, the councillors in local government, can also do to support people with disabilities in our communities, whether that's making playgrounds inclusive, whether that's making sure that council services that are provided are accessible to all. Whatever it is, let us know what it is that we're not doing, so that we can do it, because we strongly support this, and I commend this motion strongly to the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Ciara. So the final speaker on motion 25 is Angela.
Thank you very much. Angela Timlin, Jack Fitzgerald Branch, Dunleary. I agree with every single thing Mick said, and I wish he'd had time to read out his 3 pages, because that probably wouldn't even be long enough. I'm up here just to mention my son, Neil, as an example. He has autism. I've mentioned this subject at every conference. Neil is 35 now, and I started when he was 5. He's our youngest and he's our baby. We got lucky. He's in great residential care. But if he'd had early intervention all those years ago, it might have been a very different story. And I just feel that we're at the bottom, parents like me, and as I say, I'm lucky, my family are lucky. Things seem to be going backwards. People can't get assessments now without paying for them, as Mick said. James, one of our colleagues in Dún Laoghaire, said his partner had to pay €1,000 to be assessed. These things just don't apply to young children. And, you know, lives could be so different for a few bob spent in the beginning and get proper. We've loads of good psychologists in this country. We've loads of good people who work in the system. And they should be given every opportunity to use their skills. There's a good structure out there waiting, but somehow it goes to the bottom of the list all the time. So, you know, I just say to the government, for God's sake, cop on, take your finger out, treat people decently, treat people with equality. And anyone who has a chance to do it, just keep after them. Anyone in government, please, 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 keep after them, because the whole thing is a disgrace and it just has to be highlighted all the time. So I commend the motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Angela. So we're moving on to motion 26 in the name of Meath. So we've Eilish Balfe, local area rep, and as equally important, SIP2 activist.
Hello, Eilish Balfe, local area rep for Rathoath Meath East. I wish to propose motion 26, and I urge your support also for the motions 25 and 27. Disability Service need an extra €250 million to address the unmet demands. This investment is needed to provide the importance of accessibility across all areas of society. We need to encourage and continuously advocate for a more inclusive society. Every day, people with disabilities face physical, communication and technology barriers. Barriers that are preventing that person to fully participate in all aspects of society. As a party, we need to lead by example and ensure people with disabilities have equal access to all. To empower communities to include healthcare, education, employment and social needs that will meet the essential requirement needed for people with disabilities to take part fully in an inclusive society. Too often, people with disabilities are out of the public eye. Too often, discriminatory practices and attitudes to disabilities continue to be prevalent in society. There is a serious lack of compliance for disability legislation. Laws are being passed, however, they are not being enforced. People with disabilities should be able to live independently in inclusive communities. We should be able to help people, especially those most marginalised. Disability services are publicly funded. However, they are not being held accountable for their failures. Public bodies should be fully compliant with their statutory obligations, and if not, they should be publicly held accountable. It is frustrating to see how Ireland treats people with disability. As a party, we should make sure they are given a voice and that voice is heard. For all the advances that have been made in recent years, people with disabilities cannot yet still fully participate in society on an equal basis, and the pandemic has further highlighted those divisions. I would like to commend the stellar work done by our comrades in Labour Disability. They are continuing to fight for these important issues all over Ireland. I commend this motion to conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Eilish. Are there any speakers to motion 26? Mick, and then James, and I don't see anyone else, so then we'll move on to motion 27 after that, if that's okay. So, Mick. It's 2 minutes.
Sorry, I know, just trying to get this. I'm in favour of this motion. I totally agree. We have service providers who get an awful lot of money from government to provide service for people with disability. And some of these services don't rightly meet up to what they're supposed to be doing. You know, they've got plenty of money, but the people who go to these services do the same thing week in, week out, no change. And a couple of years ago, we met up with Inclusion Ireland, and what they were trying to do was that the government stopped 10% of the payment to these disability organisations. And they'll only get that 10% back if they show something different they can do for people with disability. And we recommended that. I also councils, and I asked the councils to do this, they should disability-proof everything they put through, whether it's on roads, you know, street furniture and whatnot. Street furniture is a big headache if you're in a wheelchair or if you're blind, because it's trying to, the path becomes very full, and sometimes if the street furniture, I'm not just talking about bins and lampposts and things like that, if they weren't there, you could actually move, and same thing with persons blind. So I recommend this motion. I'm sorry if I keep coming up, but I have to emphasise that every motion, there's a disability thing behind it, and we should look at that and keep it in our thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Vic. Okay, final speaker to motion 26, James.
You'll be sick of me after today. James Carney, Dunleary, he, him. I very much commend motion 26. It's fantastic, and I think that as the party of solidarity, we should be the party of disability as well and disability activism. But I do note that with the hybridisation of this year's conference event and some of the lack of availabilities, some members of our party have been unable to speak or attend this year. I understand this year is particularly different, of course, but definitely in future, further disability proofing of our own conferences should be taken into consideration. We have to do as we practice. Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Okay, so we're moving on to motion 27 now in the name of Labour Equality. So is there a speaker from Labour Equality? Brian. So it's 3 minutes, Brian. Now we're getting short for time again. So if there's anyone who wants to speak to motion 27, if you could come up to the front as well, that would be great.
Just give me a sec. Oh, shit. I'll just put it here. I'll try and get this secured. Sorry. And if not, I'll go ad lib. Comrade Chairperson, other fellow comrades, Brian Aylward, National Executive of Labour Equality, and Northern Ireland branch formally moving motion 27. Labour Equality calls on conference to reaffirm the long-standing commitment of this party, both in opposition and in government, to creating a more equal society that promotes and facilitates the involvement in all aspects of Irish life for all people. We further call upon conference and on the party to more vigorously pursue the rights of people who identify as being disabled and or deaf by researching and establishing legislative policies which seek
to address the following, and I will give examples in relation to each of these bullet points where and when appropriate. A, scope for the establishment of an independent accessibility inspectorate. Comrades, this is vitally important, as we cannot have organisations in the public and or private sector or anywhere else marking their own homework as to how they are performing with regards to disability, equality, inclusion and accessibility. B, systems for the introduction of national certification scheme for accessibility compliance. C, a means to ensure that the compliance of public sector bodies as to their statutory obligations. D, just let me turn the page, pursue policies which ensure that all public sector bodies are fully compliant with their statutory obligations, and a means to require the inclusion of a report regarding same in the annual reports of all such public sector bodies, and also a means to ensure that effective sanctions would be introduced for non-compliant public bodies. This is actually very important, C and D, as it would build, were it to be implemented, and strengthen the good work that Labour did in government in having Section 42 in the 2014 Irish Human Rights and Equality Act, which brought in the public sector equality and human rights duty. E, to move towards the adoption of new accessibility standard, a design standard that works for all across the public sector, i.e. EN 17161-2019, beginning with the higher education sector. This conference further calls upon the party to ensure that all of its policies are equality-proofed. This is vitally important, but I would actually go further and specify that we should actually ensure that equality proofing occurs at governmental level, and we don't have to look too far to see a jurisdiction where this happens in practice. It's the jurisdiction where I'm proud to live, Northern Ireland, where all legislative proposals, both at national and local government level within Northern Ireland, are subject routinely to equality impact assessments. And in fact, we internally in the party, it would do us no harm if we assessed everything we do in an equality impact way as well. And finally, it calls for all party activities to be accessible. And this is vital given the gross underrepresentation of our community in politics. And while there are certain things we are doing very well from an accessibility point of view, and that work and that are conducive to the equality, inclusion and participation, there are some things that we're not doing very well, and this will involve some changes into the way that we do things in the party. But we shouldn't be afraid of change. Labour is at its best when we're not only embracing change and new opportunities, but when we're leading change and new opportunities, as is demonstrated through history, given some of the speeches that have been made at this conference. I move solidarity. Support the motion.
Okay, so just before we move to take any speakers then to motion 27, I do just want to point out we've motion 28, 29, 30, 31. We have to facilitate Aon with 10 minutes of a response time, 5 minutes to vote, and we're encroaching dangerously on our lunchtime. And we all know what's going to happen when we start to move into our lunchtime and the hangry position of delegates. So are there any speakers to motion 27 on that note? I don't see any. Oh, sorry. Evan, I'll take you as the final speaker on 27, and then we'll move to 28.
I won't keep you as long. My name's Shane Lynch from the Drogheda Loud branch. So I would like to speak in favour of this motion. I believe it's a really strong motion. Complements motion 26, Birdie motion by a branch that's very close to me, me East. So I would like to compliment motion 26 along with my support for motion 27. Why am I supporting motion 27? Supporting motion 27 because we are the party of social democracy and socialism. We want to, even today, you see it splashed all around, a new deal for Ireland. We need to make sure that new deal is accessible for everyone. It's not enough that we rely on private charities and NGOs to do the heavy lifting that government should be doing. And I don't mean to get historical about it, but we are standing in the footsteps of ghosts of our great past. People who proclaimed in 1916 to cherish all the children equally. This includes all the children, no matter what ability they are, and I believe that we should be doing everything possible to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, so we've motion 28 from the Wicklow constituency. So we have Annie, you're going to speak to motion 28.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delegates, comrades, Chair, well done, and we're proud of you to be Chair, and we're happy to have you. Conference notes that Ireland ratifies the Istanbul Convention in 2018 in March, a convention which is a human rights treaty to prevent and combat violence against women and domestic violence. Complete implementation will mean that Ireland can progress and evolve under the 4 pillars of Convention, which are prevention, protection, prosecution, and coordinated policy. The Convention outlines the needs of domestic violence abuse victims, namely support services and places of safety. In times of crisis, unfortunately, Ireland is quite behind than their EU member counterparts. We need to stand for those most vulnerable in our society. We, the party that prides itself in fighting for the rights of people and its people and the country, I call upon you to make a stand and fight and work very hard to create safe space, support, and help provide services and needed support for victims and survivors of domestic violence. This pandemic, unfortunately, has highlighted how dire the situation is for women, children, and men. Those of us, like myself, who have gone through the dark road of domestic violence, not knowing where to go, feel so hopeless and forgotten, basically invisible to most of you. These safe havens, like refuges, are a breath of fresh air for most of us, and we are in desperate need. It is becoming increasingly frustrating and also heartbreaking for key workers like myself, who help domestic violence cases and their families. I sometimes are not able to provide the care and support that they need because of the lack of services, policies, and support. So, comrades, I do call upon you, and I call upon the conference to support this motion. So, I do move this motion, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Annie. Are there any speakers to motion 28? Councillor Michelle Hall.
Thank you.
I fully support this motion. Thank you to Annie for highlighting it, the lack of services. I just want to highlight the effect that domestic abuse have on children as well. Children who experience domestic abuse are at greater risk of repeating the cycle as adults by entering into abusive relationships or becoming abusers themselves. For example, a boy who sees his mother being abused is 10 times more likely to abuse his female partner as an adult. A girl who grows up in a home where her father abuses her mother is more than 6 times as likely to be sexually abused as a girl who grows up in a non-abusive home. Children who witness or are victims of emotional, physical or sexual abuse are at higher risk for health problems as adults. These include mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, diabetes, obesity, heart disease, self-esteem and other problems. We can't rule out the effect that this has on children, and one of the ways that we can help support children is where we have interventions in schools to immediately support children where there has been a guard-attended incident at home. So they get immediate support in the home or in school when they arrive, whether that's food, whether it's clothing, whether it's emotional support. There is a similar domestic or intervention called Operation Compass. It won the World Class Policing Awards in 2019 in the UK. It was initiated by a guard and a teacher, a husband and wife team. There is an interdepartmental report on it in Ireland, but it has been here for several years and nothing has been done. So I really think that we need to support children immediately in the home, in schools. I recently attended a multidisciplinary, it's called Domestic Abuse Perspective, and education was left out altogether. We had loads of different disciplines, but we actually didn't have education. I can see time's up. And I really think that we are at the forefront of supporting those children, and I'd like to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I don't see any other speakers looking to speak. Do you want to speak to motion 28? Okay. Just if you could just really keep it short, if that's okay, because we are very stuck for time. So this is the last speaker to motion 28, and then we're going to move to 29.
Lamo Fitzsimons, UCD Comarco Brain Branch Chair, also Wicklow Branch. I'm definitely 100% in support of this motion as someone who comes from a family where it's a single parent family. My mother was a victim of domestic violence. She suffered both physical abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse and financial abuse. And she has never ever received any kind of support from any form of authority. She's been to the Guard, she went to support services, she never ever found any support, both for recovering financially or for the trauma that she received or her inability to go back into the workplace from the PTSD that happened during and after the abuse and the panic attacks she would get when she tried to rejoin the workforce. There was never any supports put in place for her, there was never any guidance put in for her, and the amount of suffering that she and many other people in Ireland have experienced because of domestic abuse, nothing has ever been done for them. That's why I 100% commend this motion and support this motion.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to move to motion 29 in the name of Cork South Central. So we've Shane O'Mara to speak to motion 29.
Hello, Conference. Shane O'Mara is my name, and I'm the current chair of the Labour Party in Cork South Central. I want to recognise the research and work of our member Paul Farrelly on this motion. I also want to thank all members and representatives of the Labour Party who made conference possible, especially Kevin Humphreys, Billy Sparks and Lisa O'Connell. Thank you very much. Ireland has a family problem that you may not know about. In Ireland, the only legally recognised family is that created through marriage. Any other grouping of people who are mutually supportive or dependent, who may be living together, related or not, are simply not considered a family in Irish law. The list of those currently not recognised as families include cohabiting couples, those with or without children, siblings or other combinations of relatives, stepchildren who are not adopted before turning 18 and their step-parents, formerly fostered children who are now adults and may have strong ties to their foster families, friends who are unmarried and play a significant part in each other's lives. Significant numbers of people are affected by this. In the 2016 census, there was nearly 77,000 cohabiting couples without children, 75,000 couples with children. This is over 150,000 couples, over 300,000 people, not including their children and dependents, all of whom are in a legally precarious position, with few or no rights under the law and no recognition in the Constitution. If a tragic event or separation occurs, they face consequences families formed in marriage do not. There are various definitions, acknowledgements and understandings of what the family entails in our public services. However, these are completely at the discretion of the agencies involved. The law clearly discriminates between married and unmarried family units in a variety of ways. In crisis, there can be significant issues recognising decision makers with regard to care and medical matters. In death, not only can inheritance issues arise, the surviving partner of an unmarried family is not entitled to widowers' or widow's pension, regardless of the length of relationship or dependent children they might have to support. They can also face issues with capital acquisitions tax on mortgage insurance payouts. In our history, part of the basis of the injustice for unmarried mothers and children was the fact they were not recognised as families. Ireland is at variance with the European law in this matter, and our narrow definition of the family is very limited by international standards. The Labour Party in Cork South Central is advocating for the adoption of the UN definition as the basis for the recognition of family formation in Ireland. The UN definition is stated in the text of the motion. We also propose that in order to facilitate and regulate the declaration of a family unit, an instrument called a state-registered family should be adopted. Families falling within the UN definition would be given state recognition by way of a system of registration. Based on consent and the agreement of all parties, it would also ensure equality of treatment with married families, as well as catering for succession rights and the distribution of assets on dissolution. In order to legally recognise the modern family, a constitutional change by referendum will be required. Moving a constitutional change in the Dáil and advocating for a referendum is a significant task. It involves individuals, political and civil society groups campaigning and advocating for change in a concerted and organised campaign. However, the principle of this proposal and benefits it can provide to families and our society is worth the effort. We also know from our recent history that constitutional change is possible and required to both reflect and benefit our modern republic. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, I know probably there will be speakers who would like to speak maybe to motion 29, 30 and 31, but I'd ask that maybe you might consider if you really want to speak to those motions on the basis of we are caught for time. Now, I don't see, John, I think you're looking to move motion 30, so I don't see anyone else. Hannah, if you could keep it brief. Thanks, Hannah.
Thanks, Chair. I will keep it very brief. I just want to commend Cork South Central for lobbying on this issue within the party for quite some time now. And further to the motion, I'd like to ask the PLP bring this issue forward. It is an unfinished piece of equality legislation and pursuant to marriage equality, in fact. We took a huge step forward there recognising all types of family, but not recognising unmarried families is a huge problem, and we need to address it now, and is one the Labour Party should be leading on. Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah. Okay, so we're going to move to motion 30 then in the name of Dublin West. So Councillor John Walsh is going to move motion 30.
Thanks, Chair. Delegates, John Walsh, Dublin West. Delegates, I propose motion 30. Ireland has an atrocious record in serving children with additional needs. In the 20th century, we hid away children with additional needs out of sight, out of mind, behind high walls or buried deep in private homes. That has all changed, so it seems. We now have impeccably inclusive policies. We know that because we wrote some of them. Jan O'Sullivan, Joan Burton were involved in writing those policies in government. But policies only take us so far. Inclusion for children with additional needs exists only on paper in many areas of the country. Lack of resources and support for schools undermine inclusive practice. Inclusion cannot happen when children cannot even access a place in any post-primary or primary school. It can't happen when there are no new places in a particular year in special classes or units in areas serving thousands of people, as there are in Dublin 15. And inclusion doesn't happen when there aren't enough special needs assistants or special education teachers, and when SNAs are not valued and respected as they should be. It's also not enough simply to give access to a physical building. It's crucial to ensure access to equal and meaningful educational experiences. I've direct experience in my local area of a new special school, Danu Community Special School, which cannot even secure a full-time behavioural therapist due to sustained obstructionism by the Department of Education. The same school has been left in temporary accommodation for years, and the department's solution is to locate that school in the building of an existing post-primary school, in doing so undermining 2 school communities. Delegates, children with additional needs and their parents have paid a high price because Fine Gael are indifferent to decent public services. They couldn't care less. And because Fianna Fáil have no idea what they stand for beyond hanging on to power desperately. And they've been failed as well because ministers are too concerned with burnishing their Twitter profiles or introducing themselves on TikTok than making decisions that will support children with additional needs. Delegates, Labour is the party of inclusion. We're the party of inclusive education. We're the party of equality. We will have to solve this problem because nobody else will. Thank you, delegates. I propose the motion.
Thanks, John. Is there anyone brave enough who wants to speak to that motion? Okay, I don't see anyone presenting, so we're going to move to motion 31 in the name of Galway West. We have Andrew O'Boyle to move motion 31.
It's more an honor dumpsa a bhean sean you, chun an tuirscin seo a wallu, agus a láirtin a fábhar or son Corla Dáil Counter Galliv here. While the motion addresses education in particular, the principles on which it rests have relevance for other areas such as health and social service provision. For too long, our education system has operated under a convoluted management structure. We, the public, pay staff and construct buildings. The department directs when schools can open and whether they can close when faced with a public health emergency. But the department does not employ staff or run schools. That falls to patrons, mainly religious bodies, which own the school building and grounds and have the power to hire and fire. This system fails pupils and parents. Decisions on the ethos of the education received by a child are determined by the patron, not the parent. Limited options and the dominance of the Catholic Church mean that the illusion of choice is just that, an illusion. The system fails workers. We have seen patrons, when permitted, fire staff for becoming pregnant outside of marriage. Even today, it is well known that many teachers disguise aspects of their true identity in order to be acceptable to patrons and employers. This motion is personal to me. In late 2018, on the day my mother was admitted to hospital for the last time, the Supreme Court overturned decisions of the Labour Court, the High Court, and the Court of Appeals, and ended a struggle for equality and dignity that had lasted close to a decade. They ruled that my mother, who had for 20 years been paid by the department to teach some of the most disadvantaged in our society, was not entitled to a pension in line with her peers. Why? The department, despite paying her salary and setting the terms of her employment, was not in law her paymaster. She had therefore no entitlement to seek equal pay from the body funding her salary. This is ridiculous. It is a legal fiction that allows the department to dodge responsibility when it wishes, yet wield power as it likes. Workers deserve better. Children deserve better. We deserve better. I commend the motion to conference. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a final speaker then. John O'Brien, I see you standing there ready and waiting.
Thanks, Chair. I'm risking the wrath of conference. Thanks very much for the couple of moments. But John O'Brien, Dublin Central. I do feel, while broadly supporting motion 31, a couple of points do need to be made. In that the proposal under 31 is certainly a radical change in the education system. But I would strongly recommend that any action in such direction must involve a detailed and comprehensive discussion with teacher unions, parental and community organisations. A replication of a HSE model would not be in our interest in education, I have to stress. Management models, in particular also at school level, in such a system must be nuanced and open and education-based, and as highlighted so well by Mick Keegan and also in motion number 30, with proper facilities for children with all disabilities. Therefore, those management models must not be about measurement and throughput alone. So, a caveat, while supporting the motion, there's an awful lot of detail behind it all. Thank you, Conference.
Thanks, John. There's no final speakers looking to contribute, so now I'm going to call on Deputy Aodhán Ó Ríordáin to speak to the motions, which is certainly an unenviable task to speak to 16 motions in 10 minutes. So thanks very much, Aodhán.
Thanks very much, and it is great to see you all again. And again, I want to congratulate our new chair as well. It used to be said of any Labour Party that our priorities in our politics should be education, education, education. But I would like to cast your minds back to an event that did take place here in January of 1919, where one of our own Labour leaders put words into the democratic programme of the First Republic. And he said, while others were speaking of war, what he said it should be the first duty of the government of the Republic to care for the well-being, the spiritual, physical and mental well-being of the children, The Labour Party put children at the heart of that first democratic programme of the Dáil. So what have we been doing since we last met in the Dáil in this Oireachtas? Well, it was us that put an end to school profiling in the Leaving Cert when it came to assess grades, because we wanted to stand beside the most disadvantaged of students. It was us that campaigned successfully for a capped-up fund for students, particularly focused on those who are disadvantaged and with disabilities. And I want to commend Ivana Bacik as well for her campaigning on that. Sorry, Ivana Bacik, TD, for her campaigning on that as well. It was us who worked with government to ensure that they produced a literacy strategy, because we have to be appalled by the ongoing scandal of having almost 18% of our adult population functionally illiterate, and we will work with government to bring that down. And also, yes, we did pass a Labour Party private member's motion to establish a national autism strategy. We do stand with workers in the education system. We will ensure that caretakers and secretaries are dealt with as public servants and paid as public servants. We will give the special needs assistance to assist our most vulnerable of students the respect that they deserve. And we will also ensure that teachers and principals are listened to when they try to keep their school communities safe. What do we believe in? What do we want to achieve in the coming period? Yes, we do believe in free education. We want parents to talk about education in school and child development, and not about money when they're interacting with the school community. It should be an absolute right to have free school books, as there are in Northern Ireland. We shouldn't have voluntary contributions, so that parents are less likely to turn up to the school gate, less likely to turn up to parent-teacher meetings, because they're afraid to be asked about money. And yes, it is time. We can't stand here and listen to stories about Magdalen laundries and mother and baby homes and still stand over the fact that so many schools and hospitals in this country are still under religious patronage. Let's get them out. And if it takes a referendum to do it, let's fight that referendum and let's win that referendum. Let's end the Leaving Cert in its current form. Let's ensure that private schools are at the back of the queue when it comes to the public resources. And let's learn from this crisis and ensure that we can have imaginative solutions to learning in so many of our schools to the future. And let's end educational disadvantage. So can I say, finally, delegates, in terms of what the Labour Party wants to achieve, we have to put children at the centre. We have to put children at the centre, because they are at the back of the conversation when it comes to education and to healthcare and what we're trying to achieve as a party. So let's bring them back to the centre of what we're trying to achieve. Let's do it because that's what Tom Johnson wanted us to do We are the keepers of that flame. We are the Labour Party. We are the Labour movement. And if we have to deliver, or can deliver, or want to deliver on education, 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 there's only one way to do it. Labour, Labour, Labour.
Great, thanks Aon for that very impressive contribution. So everyone will have received at this point the email in order to cast their vote. So we're just going to give 5 minutes, if that's all right, for people to vote on the number of motions that we had in terms of this debate. There's just before we move to the votes, for those who are voting, who aren't voting electronically, just one or two announcements, if that's okay. Just to note, Labour Women are having their lunch, and it is on in the Ivy Garden Hotel, so that's on till 2 o'clock. Separately, Labour Women and Labour Trade Unionists are organising a fundraiser to support our comrade Emer Craig, who is doing extremely impressive fundraising for a number of cancer charities. We're fundraising at conference. There's two individuals, Aideen Carberry from Labour Trade Unionists and Emma Gallagher-Cutlip from Labour Women, who's at the back, who are selling tickets. It's €5 for a line and €20 for 5. So we would ask as many delegates to support the fundraising effort, and we have a Bobby Bala print as one of the prizes that we're auctioning. So that in itself is something that hopefully people will help to contribute with as well. The next session then, we are coming back for 2 o'clock, so unfortunately the lunch is just slightly short of the hour. From 2 to 3 we're going to have the discussion on a new deal for workers, and then just to move then to the physical votes on the motions then for these sessions. So Dermot Lacey's at the ready and Colin Maguire then on the other side for those who are going to vote physically, while people in the room are still voting electronically. So just on motion 16, in the name of the Laois Offaly constituency, those in favour of motion 16. Those against? And abstentions? Motion 17, in the name of the Dún Laoghaire constituency, those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? Motion 18, in the name of the Tipperary constituency, those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? Motion 19, in the name of Dublin South Central, those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 20, in the name of Kildare North, those in favour? Those against? And abstentions? Motion 21, in the name of Labour Women, those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 22, in the name of Cork North Central, those in favour? Those against? And abstentions? Okay, motion 23, in the name of Dublin South West, those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 24 in the name of Central Council. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 25 in the name of Labour Disability. Those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? Motion 26 in the name of Meath. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 27 then in the name of Labour Equality. Those in favour? Those against? And abstentions? Okay, so just before we move on to motion 28, we're going to close the electronic vote. Hopefully everyone has had enough time. So those results will be sent through to us while we just finish on these motions. Motion 28 in the name of Wicklow. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 29 in the name of Cork South Central. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? And then motion 30 in the name of Dublin West. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? And then motion 31 in the name of Galway West. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Okay, so just before then we give the outcome then of all of the motions, which we'll just run through very quickly. I see Emma down at the bottom in a red coat, if anyone is looking to buy raffle tickets. And I think I see Aideen there as well. So they're just down at the bottom of the room. So I think we're just waiting on the votes to come through. So just a reminder again, just that we're back at 2 o'clock. There's plenty of places to get lunch, coffee, and whatever your preference is yourself before we come back for 2 o'clock. We still haven't gotten through that. I put that to the floor? I see Shane Folan. Okay, so equally, the other thing that we will have to do as well, comrades, and apologies now again, but we have motion 32, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39, motion 40, motion 41, motion 42, with a number of amendments. There's a motion on sex work, which is going to take quite a bit of time, I would imagine, and we have an hour to do that, and we have to also obviously facilitate the party spokesperson and virtual vote. So what we are requesting is if we can just take speakers who will move the motion, and then anyone who wants to speak further to it, if they're speaking against it, we would facilitate that. There's been a number of people who've spoken quite a few times, and while we encourage debate and conversation, I don't want to refer any motions back to Central Council or to the EB. So we would like to try and get through as many of them as possible. So if that's accepted, then, so can I get a seconder again? I see Shane O'Mara there. Okay, so we're just going to kick-start then. We're going to move to motion 32 in the name of Central Council, and I'd like to invite Senator Marie Sherlock to come up and to move the motion.
Good afternoon, comrades, members present and members watching in. I want to start by saying that I'm delighted that we have a Dublin Central member, Lisa Connell, elected as chair of the party, and it's really great to have a woman in the role, a woman who's great politics, and of course Lisa is also chair of Labour Trade Unionists, and workers' rights, of course, is a hugely important issue for her. I also want to pay tribute to my good friend, former colleague and outgoing chair of the party, Jack O'Connor, who I worked with for many years, and I think there are few, if any, parallels to this man in terms of what he has done to agitate and be the voice for oppressed workers in this country. I'm delighted that we have a good number of workers' rights motions, and I know the clock is ticking and that we're under a lot of time pressure, but I'm speaking to motion number 32 now. And while we'd all like to think, to borrow the Congress slogan, that there is no going back, we're still fighting the fights for student nurses, school secretaries and SNAs, the Defence Forces, the Section 56 organisations, that of course the services that the state should be providing. There has been, of course, a lot of honeyed talk from the government, but when we look at their package of measures, it's a case of old wine in new bottles. Promises such as auto-enrolment that were made many years ago, 4 years ago we were promised we'd have it next year and of course not going to have it, or rights imposed by the EU like the right to flexible work, which hopefully will come in next year. But I think for us as a Labour Party, you know, this week was actually really important because I sat in the Oireachtas Committee on Employment this week, and we had the pre-legislative scrutiny on sick pay. And I must say that was a pretty momentous occasion because it was our bill that put it on the political agenda, the issue of sick pay. It was Congress and SIP2 that did enormous work to expose just how low-income workers are failed when they are injured or sick in this country. But under the government's current proposals, a worker will only get 70% of their daily wage. Now, for a minimum wage worker, that amounts to less per day than the price of going to a GP. And we have to ask ourselves, does that constitute real progress? We are not interested in a charade in workers' rights. We need to ensure that every worker who happens to fall ill or is injured will not be out of pocket for something that is beyond their control. And I just want to conclude by saying that in this motion it refers to collective bargaining. And core to what the Labour Party has been about since its foundation has been decent work, decent income, dignity in the workplace, equality in the workplace. And while we can have many laws to try and achieve that, ultimately we will not have equality in the workplace unless there is a right to collective bargaining in this country. There is hope. There is an EU directive on the way. The government has tried to hobble that, but we are doing everything in our power, in the Dáil and the Seanad, and of course working with our trade union colleagues to make that EU directive a reality. Because if we achieve that directive, it will allow a framework for collective bargaining in this country. And if we get to that place, that will be a great day for workers. Colleagues, comrades, I urge you to support the motion, and I look forward to hearing your views on the other motions. Gurmagh.
Thanks, Marie. So are there any speakers against? And just to remember, we are the Labour Party, so if there are speakers against. And I'm conscious we're very stuck for time, comrades. We have a lot of motions, so if it's okay, we'll move on to the next motion. If I can facilitate it as much as possible to speakers to allow common debate at the end, we will facilitate that. But again, we don't want to refer anything back. So just to motion 33 then, in the name of Dublin Rathdown, is Paul Gordon here? Paul Gordon, local area rep in Dublin Rathdown. Paul, can you indicate if you're going to accept the amendment in the name of Central Council to the motion as well?
I can, yes. So Paul Gordon, member in Dublin Rathdown, moving motion 33. Workers need a break. Workers need a break from spiralling childcare costs. Workers need a break from unaffordable and substandard housing. Workers need a break from rising energy prices. Workers need a break from precarious unemployment. And one more thing, workers need a break. Workers need a break to spend time with their families and friends, to contribute to their communities, the environment and social, civic and political life. In 1993, to commemorate May Day, the Labour Party and government made the first Monday in May a public holiday, celebrating the dignity of workers. We haven't had a new public holiday since then. Now we have the second lowest number of public holidays in the EU, 3 below the EU average. Motion 33 calls on the Labour Party to commit to increasing the number of public holidays by at least 3 days per year. Additional public holidays have the benefit of enabling people to maintain social contacts more easily and help prevent overworking. Overworking has been established by the WHO as the most significant risk factor for occupational disease. CSO figures show close to 1 in 10 Irish workers working longer than 49 hours per week, rising to almost 1 in 2 in sectors like agriculture, forestry and fishing. Work by Eurofound has shown that home-based workers in particular are twice as likely to exceed the 48-hour working time directive limit. The current government has engaged in sporadic kite flying over the pandemic on the issue of a new public holiday, dangling like some kind of treat its half commitment to maybe having a one-off public holiday. Coupled with its failure to legislate for the right to disconnect, this is indicative of the half-hearted approach to preventing overwork. The Labour Party must lead the way in ensuring that there are more mandatory public holidays to break the cycle of overworking and provide more meaningful opportunities to spend time with family, friends and neighbours, and to recognise the many sacrifices made by frontline workers and all workers in combating a global pandemic. Workers need a break across a range of areas. 3 new public holidays are not going to solve many of the issues facing workers today. However, they give one practical measure in the armoury to ensure workers do get a physical break from work and to recognise the dignity of workers. So I ask Conference to support this motion to give workers the break they need and the break they deserve.
Thanks, Paul. So Dublin Rathdown have accepted the amendment from Central Council, so that has been incorporated now into motion 33. And just a reminder, because I know maybe a few people have joined, just the way we're going to be voting is at the end virtually, so an email will be provided at the end of the session. Now, just because of the slightly altered arrangement, can I just actually get a formal second from the floor for motion 32? I see Audrin, and then a formally second from the floor for motion 33. I see Shane Folan. So motion 34 then in the name of Dublin Central. I believe Jack Nolan is due to speak to motion 34. And Jack, just when you're coming up, can you indicate if you're going to accept the amendment to motion 34 in the name of Central Council? Can speakers for motion 35 and 36 also maybe make their way to the front as well, just to speed up the debate? So we have 2 minutes, Jack.
Good afternoon, comrades, and yet we will be accepting the motion for accepting the amendment to the motion. So, comrades and delegates of Party Conference, Aaron Gaydol Chias, Tommy Garrett and Falcha of Eaglivsha, Osna Larry Riva of Edu, Dave Awesome August Awesome Dial Counter, Bollial Clea, Lornach. Comrades, the motion from Dublin Central constituency reads as follows. Conference recognises the very serious challenges facing many young people wishing to enter employment, the exceptionally high unemployment rate among young persons in 2021, and that youth unemployment will be one of the major legacies of this pandemic. It also recognises that across many job sectors, the need to have work experience or an internship in order to be considered for a job is becoming more and more crucial, and that in some sectors, unpaid internships are the norm, and thereby they exclude and disadvantage many. Conference thereby calls on the party to campaign to ban unpaid internships and to ensure that all workers, regardless of age or duration of employment, are paid a decent wage for work undertaken. And as said, we will be accepting the amendment from Central Council. So, as someone who was involved in an unpaid internship as a young teenager, this is of particular pertinence to me and countless others of my generation who already face great precarity within the world of work, particularly in sectors whereby unpaid internships are the only mechanism through which they can access the sector in which they are trained. When we seek to utilise our skill sets and our acumen in the sector of our choosing and in the capacity of an internship, we are faced with great uncertainty. Given that under the current legislative framework, there is no legal definition for what constitutes an internship, nor is there a special status that mandates the operators of internships, employers, to pay minimum wage or fulfil countless other requirements of full employment. Therefore, unscrupulous employers can and will do their utmost to ensure that they can minimise labour costs by not paying interns, and they will not offer security, they will not offer a decent wage, they will not offer any form of stability or a pathway into the next sector. So essentially what we in Dublin Central want is for this motion to pass, and we want to endorse the Larkinist principle of a fair day's work for a fair day's pay and to end ageist pay discrimination. So I commend this motion.
Thanks, Jack. So Dublin Central have accepted the amendment to motion 34, so motion 34 now encompasses the amendment within it. Is there somebody to formally second Gary Honer? Thanks, Gary. Motion 35 from the Sligo Leitrim constituency. So we have Nessa Cosgrove, who's a local area rep in Sligo Leitrim. Nessa, can you indicate as well if you'll accept the amendment or not?
I do, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Nessa.
Thanks, Chair, and congratulations, Lisa. My name is Nessa Cosgrove. I'm the local party area rep for Sligo Leitrim, North Roscommon and South Donegal. Myself and many of my Labour Party colleagues, both here and in Sligo and Leitrim, have been working in the voluntary and community sector for over a decade. We are underpaid, undervalued and overworked. Conference, we call on the Labour Party to lead in a campaign to recognise the wonderful work and the equality of treatment for workers in this vital sector. There are thousands of organisations operating across health and social care, housing and youth and childhood services, delivering many state and public services that would otherwise have to be delivered through the public sector. These services are delivered in the most highly professional manner and delivered to those that are in most need. They're delivered with flexibility and responsiveness in their own communities. By operating these services at arm's length, the state has completely abdicated its responsibility towards workers in this sector, and it's driven down wages, terms and conditions of employment by effectively freezing and reducing funding available since 2008. We are calling on the Labour Party to work with SIPTU and Forsa, who in their campaign Valuing Care, Recognising Work, to define and recognise the importance of the work carried out by non-profit organisations within and for the benefit of citizens and residents of the state, and to campaign for the quality and treatment of all workers delivering state and public services, whether employed in the public, private, voluntary, community or charity sector. I believe that the Labour Party is the only party that can do this, because I think no one else cares. But I think we're on the, if they don't, I think we're on a downward spiral, and it's on a race to the bottom. There is wonderful, many experienced workers are leaving with years of knowledge, years of experience, years of trust built up in communities that are leaving, and you wouldn't blame them, to seek better working conditions elsewhere. So please, Conference, support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Nessa. Is any speakers against motion 35? Okay, Sligo Leitrim have indicated they're accepting the amendment to motion 35, so it's now the amalgamated motion incorporating the amendment. Can I get someone to formally second it? Ian McGahan. Motion 36 in the name of the Clare constituency. Do I have Dennis Vaughan?
comrades Dennis Vaughan, North Clare. This motion is on Shannon Airport and Shannon. Shannon is not a Mickey Mouse airport. It has 2 of the longest runways in the world. It's not just a runway and a shed, it's got full infrastructure. In fact, the best in Ireland. Further, there's 10,000 people at least who work in the Shannon Industrial Estate, which lots of people don't realise. There's traffic jams in the mornings at Shannon and the surrounding areas. Shannon is not in a far-flung country in the South Pacific, it's in the Midwest. And the Midwest needs a little bit of coverage occasionally. We do not need to be sidelined, as there's been efforts, not least of all the selling off of Aer Lingus. Aer Lingus, we've got no more dividend, we've got no more control, and BA, British Airways, have told us get lost occasionally, and quite a lot recently. We don't need it, and we will not accept it. So, I implore you to support this motion. Further, as it is at the moment, most of the airlines have a policy of flying to Dublin, thus busing all the tourists to the west of Ireland, adding to the pollution, and adding the pollution in the rest of the country and also in Dublin, and the overcrowding. That's not acceptable either, and I appeal for your support. Thank you very much. Shannon calling.
Thanks, Dennis. Are there any speakers against motion 36? Is there someone to formally second the motion? Shane Folan. Thanks, Shane. And now we're just moving on to motion 37. So we will have time to take these motions in common debate at the end. So thanks just for accommodating us in terms of this arrangement. So motion 37, in the name of Central Council, we have Deputy Jed Nash to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. 2 minutes, the sacrifices that I make for this party. Can I also be associated with the remarks from Marie earlier on in thanking Jack O'Connor for the sterling work he has done for this party, not during his term as Chair only, but for all the work he does for our party and for our movement, and will continue to do. Comrades, 1/5 of all our workers are low paid. The vast bulk of wealth is in the hands of 20% of households. We have a 2-tier, 2-speed economy. The everyday economy struggles while foreign direct investment marches on. Pre-pandemic, we spent much less than other rich countries in public services, and it tells. And all the indications are that the picture under Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will be no different when the fog of the pandemic finally lifts. Now, the motion before you today is a prescription for a new deal for workers and a new deal for our economy. Tax for this government is a dirty word. And comrades, we cannot have a new deal if we do not talk about tax. But yet again this year, in the run-up to the budget, this coalition again refused to cost a net wealth tax to help our recovery. They simply refused. And we know that almost €250 million could be raised by a levy on net assets over $1 million, but government ministers just shrugged their shoulders and walked on. Now, you know what 250 million would do. It would take us halfway to Labour's dream of free school education for all. Now, that's the difference it would make, and that's the difference between this government and the Labour Party. Now, in conclusion, the saga on corporation tax betrayed a real fear in the Department of Finance. They know that too many of our good jobs rely on decisions made in boardrooms elsewhere. We are exposed. A 12.5% rate of corporation tax does not an industrial strategy make. Our indigenous enterprise base has been left behind. And we demand, the Labour Party demands, a new industrial strategy. And if the state is back, then it has to be an entrepreneurial state. The state has to lead a new industrial revolution to decarbonise our society and help firms to innovate to make Ireland and Irish companies world leaders in renewable energy. These are the good jobs of the future, and Labour should and will lead that charge. I commend the motion.
Thanks, Jed. Any speakers against? Otherwise, when we move to common debate, I'll the speakers, if you want to line up there in order to facilitate the common debate that we'll take at the end, but I'll take it at the end if that's okay, Adrian. So just to formally then second motion 37, do I have a seconder, Kieran Ling? Now, just to move on to the justice section of this section, and apologies again, comrades, for flying through the workers' rights section. Obviously, it's something that's integral to discuss, but I do want to facilitate a common debate at the end. So just motion 38 in the name of Cavan Monaghan. Do we have Liam van der Speck? Liam. Liam is a local area rep in Cavan Monaghan.
Hello, comrades. First of all, I'd like to commend Senator Mark Wall and all the work the party has done over the last year to push for restrictions on gambling advertising in Ireland. I'd like to see us continue that focus to cover types of gambling that often don't receive as much attention, but which can have very real negative effects on children and young people in particular. There's a predatory nature of certain video games that use the same kind of mechanics as casinos and bookmakers to encourage users to spend real money over and over again on chance, many of which are available and specifically marketed to children. Just as many of us want to enjoy watching sports games with our children without barrages of gambling advertising, parents should be able to let their kids play on an iPad or PlayStation without having to worry about gambling features hidden within them. Multiple studies have shown a link between children who play games with gambling mechanics and developing problem gambling in adulthood. Former Deputy Leader of the UK Labour Party, Tom Watson, highlighted the need for this aspect of gambling regulation during the party's review of British gambling legislation in 2019. Last year, Barry Grant from the problem gambling charity Extern said that these loot boxes in games that are played by millions of children worldwide constitute an insidious form of gambling, and that Ireland is far behind the curve when it comes to regulating gambling in all its forms. The Belgian government has in fact already banned these loot boxes and gambling mechanics in certain video games. We must regulate all forms of gambling, old and new, and for that reason I encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thanks, Liam. So do we have any speakers against motion 38, which would be speaking in favour of gambling addiction?
Just in case.
Anyone then? Can we get someone to formally second motion 38? Jack Nolan, thanks. Motion 39 then, in the name of the Kerry constituency. So if we can invite a speaker, Luke Crowley-Holland, to speak on motion 39. Luke, can you also indicate if the Kerry constituency are going to accept or reject the amendment to motion 39 as well, please?
Thanks, Lisa. Luke Crowley-Holland, Kerry. We will accept the rewrite of the motion. So, yeah, we accept the amendment. The reason we're accepting the amendment is because the purpose of this motion was not about creating kind of conflict. It was or underplaying work that's been done in the past in this area by the party. Fantastic work. It's not that at all. Fundamentally, the motion is about creating a conversation and just opening up an avenue for further dialogue on this topic. It isn't about getting caught up in what it means to live in a decent society at any given time, or what's deemed moral or immoral at any given time, because we don't do that in the Labour Party. You know, we try and rise above that. This motion is about what works best for society and a progressive society, a society that recognises that those on the very who are on the very margin of it, and too often those who we turn a blind eye to and a deaf ear. The model as it stands, the Swedish or end-demand model, doesn't end demand, but has forced those engaged in this line of work to take more risk and given oxygen to potentially abusive third parties. The more Nordic model at the moment isn't keeping women safe, or workers safe. As a party, that should concern us. While workers are not directly criminalised under this model, they continue to face police harassment as a party to a crime, and are often dispersed and pushed into less visible and more isolated environments. In Sweden, police surveillance often targets workers in order to catch their clients, waiting outside their homes or hotel rooms and monitoring their activities. Selling sex is considered a grounds for deportation and is not legitimate work, and in a number of countries, those who have adopted this model, migrant workers caught up in raids, have been detained and denied medical support. It makes it more, not less, likely that clients seeking services of this industry end up engaging with the victims of sex trafficking. In Ireland, it is still illegal for two or more people selling sex to work together from an indoor premises. This basic safety measure is considered brothel keeping. Workers in that area have reported that since the introduction of the law in Ireland, there have been 55 arrests of persons for working together, including at least one incident of 2 migrant workers being arrested in charge of brothel keeping due to working together. Workers report that the change in the law has criminalise clients has increased police attention on workers and increased convictions, despite the law having been sold as a way to protect them. Third-party criminalisation, the WHO has found, obstructs HIV prevention, forces workers to compromise safety, and violence aimed at those engaged in this work has been evidenced to have increased in countries that have moved to this system. And it's important that we don't forget those who tend to end up in this line of work tend to be migrants, people with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ community, and particularly trans women. We need to be protecting those in situations they wish to exit and fighting for safe alternative opportunities for them so that they can feed their families and keep a roof over their head. You shouldn't be driving them underground, and where they're at the mercy of organised crime and predators. This motion is not designed to propose a radical departure from the current policy at all. It's just trying to keep the party policy in line with current best practice, and that's all this is about. And that's why I commend this motion to conference with the amendment, so we can move this conversation onto the policy unit where it belongs. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. And I suppose I'm surprised. I didn't necessarily expect the amendment to be accepted, so thanks also for freeing up time then into the common debate as well to the Kerry branch. So just in respect to motion 39 then, motion 39 on the basis of the amendment has been accepted. The motion now is the amendment in effect on the basis of it recommended deleting the text of the substantive motion and replacing it with that. So that will be the motion then that we'll be voting on when we come to voting on the motions. So is there anyone who wants to speak against the amended motion? Can someone formally second it? Great, thanks, Conall. And now just to move then on to motion 40 in the name of the Labour LGBT section, Ian McGahan.
Ian McGahan, Bray James Connolly Branch, International Officer of Labour LGBT. First of all, conference, thank you to the delegate from Northern Ireland who pointed out that Labour LGBT was that the Labour Party was the first party in this state to have an LGBT section. I'm very proud to have been involved in this section for 17 years. Delegates, hate speech is not free speech. We know in Northern Ireland the hate crime statistics. We know in Northern Ireland that homophobic hate crime reports have doubled and transphobic hate crimes have tripled. But we know nothing about Ireland's hate crime statistics because they don't keep any. We also know that extremist hate speech is growing online. 2 examples that I have reported and were left for a couple of months were a video calling for Jews to be wiped out, a video calling for Michael D. Higgins' head to be stamped on. Delegates conference, in my own town of Bray, there was homophobic and racist graffiti. Leah Varadkar and Roderick O'Gorman were called paedophiles. I went to the Gardaí to report these as hate crimes. They told me they could do nothing. They told me they were powerless and rudderless, and that Leah Varadkar and Roderick O'Gorman would have to go into Bray Garda Station to report them themselves. Delegates conference, please vote for this motion.
Who wants to respond? Thanks, Ian. Any speakers against motion 40? Can I get someone then to formally second motion 40? See Gary Honer. Thanks, Gary. Okay. Now, my understanding is in Understanding Orders Report number 2, there's 2 emergency motions that have been put.
One of them is in Justice and one of them is Internal Affairs.
One which is under Justice, which will take the emergency motion number 1, first on the basis of it's under the Justice section. So that's in the name of Dublin Central. So is there a proposer from Dublin Central to move Mags McKinney? Do you want to speak to it, Mags? John, do you want to formally speak to it? Or do you want to speak to it from the floor? Yeah.
Do you want, just delegates are calling for it to be read out, Joanne?
So this has also been circulated by email to members. There's copies of it outside. It's quite lengthy in terms of the content of it. So is the floor looking for me to read this out? Okay. So the emergency motion number 1 is, as it reads, is on the 22nd of October 2021, Israeli Defence Minister designated 6 leading Palestinian civil society organisations as terrorist organisations, including Adamir Prisoner Support and Human Rights Association Al-Haq Law in the Service of Man, Bisson Centre for Research and Development, Defence for Children International Palestine, the Union of Agricultural Work Committees and the Union of Palestinian Women's Committees. This designation applies Israeli domestic law to the occupied Palestinian territory in violation of Article 43 of the Hague Regulations of 1907. The Israeli government has continued to intensify its attacks on independent Palestinian human rights organisations and their staff who regularly face smear campaigns, spurious accusations of anti-Semitism and links to terrorism, as well as threats and intimidation, travel bans and movement restrictions and arrest for their work. Independent Israeli and international organisations have also been targeted in recent years by Israel for their work advocating against Israel's violations. Israel's actions clearly followed the pattern set by authoritarian states in the Middle East and North Africa region and around the world. The persecution of organisations and persons by depriving them of fundamental rights and freedoms because they oppose apartheid is one of the methods used by Israel to maintain its domination and oppression over the Palestinian people. Conference calls on the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney, to publicly condemn and reject Israel's designation of Palestinian human rights and civil society organisations as terrorist organisations as an internationally wrongful act, to call for Israel to immediately rescind the designation and to demand Israel revoke its anti-terrorism law of 2016 as it does not meet basic human rights standards. We further call on the Irish Government and the EU to publicly show support for the 6 organisations and Palestine civil society at large. So, John O'Brien, you're going to move the motion.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Standing Orders and to Conference for agreeing to take this emergency motion. It's under the Justice heading, but it is the only motion this year on an international issue, which is understandable given the myriad of issues facing Irish society, which are many and complex. But I would ask you for a moment to consider all of these in the context of having the overarching daily pressure of living under occupation, involving added and unimaginable problems dealing with checkpoints, a massive security wall dividing neighbourhoods and villages, arrest of children as young as 10 and 12, and prosecution under a military court system, denials of access to travel, and obstacles to getting to work or hospitals. Running the gauntlet every day, their young children in their school run, and the likelihood harassment or arrest by armed troops, and you as a parent unable to accompany them. The long-term treatment of Palestinian people in this way is not normal. It is not acceptable. The act of resistance is recognised by international law. Peaceful resistance is obviously preferable over violent resistance. The denial of peaceful resistance can only result in an escalation of violence. Peaceful resistance needs the free operation of civil society and human rights organisations, and this cynical measure, implemented by this apartheid Israeli state on the October the 22nd, 2021, designating all major Palestinian civil society organisations, including the Defence of Children and the human rights organisation Al-Haq, as terrorist organisations without any evidence, is another attempt to silence the Palestinian voice internationally. To do so means these organisations cannot function. Their banking and other activities with international organisations will be inhibited tremendously. It must be deplored, and Ireland must lead the international call for redress. The declaration by the Israeli government must be rescinded and an apology sought, and the Irish Minister for Foreign Affairs must be seen and heard in leading that demand. Ireland cannot be seen as Palestine's friend here in Ireland, while quietly saying to the Israeli officials that we are really your friend. This is an obvious and hugely important issue to be led, and pressure on European colleagues to do the same. So I ask you please to support this emergency motion. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Is there someone prepared to formally second the motion? Thanks, Brian. Any speakers against? Okay. Again, a first from what I've seen in Labour Party conference in terms of a motion on Palestine anyway. So on the basis of we've covered the justice sections, I'm going to ask Brendan now to respond briefly to the justice section. So sorry, I think I called you Justice, did I? Deputy Brendan Howland, sorry. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks, Chair. Can I begin by also congratulating Lisa and thanking my very good friend Jack for his sterling work on behalf of the party. Very briefly, I want to just deal with the motions. Motion 38 on gambling, moved by Liam. The often unseen social harm of gambling is something that really we do need to address urgently, and I too would commend the work in the last 12 months and more by Mark Wall on this issue, and to say that this is a very important motion that we will activate in Leinster House if it is passed, as I expect it will be. Motion 39, the issue of sex work is one where we have developed policies over many years in this party, led by best international progressive research and campaigns of Labour women. And the motion from Kerry asks us to continue our progressive analysis of this issue, and the amendment now accepted by Kerry makes that possible without being in any way prescriptive in terms of what the overview should entail. So I also recommend the amendment now accepted for acceptance by conference. Motion 40, moved by Labour LGBT, rightly cites the increase in hate crime and calls for specific actions to robustly protect minorities. In particular, and I think it's something we really do need to focus on, online social media platforms, making them accountable for often the most awfulness that they perpetrate and allow to be perpetrated. I was delighted to be involved in the enactment of Coco's Law in that regard, but there is much more we can do, and I commend that motion too. Briefly, in relation to the emergency resolution moved by Dublin Central, can I sincerely thank Dublin Central. It would be amiss if this conference didn't address the shocking issue of 6 human rights, internationally recognised human rights organisations being outlawed and classified as terrorists. I had an online meeting with 3 of them during the week with a cross-section of parliamentary colleagues so that we can unite on a cross-party basis in the Oireachtas to resist this. There is ongoing annexation, evictions and permanent settlements being built in Palestinian land, and those voices that are on the ground to resist that are now being suppressed as well, and we must absolutely take a stand. I've tabled an oral parliamentary question for next Thursday, so we'll begin the process once this motion is passed in the Dáil next week.
Thanks, Brendan. So just to move now on to international party affairs, internal party affairs. Motion 41 in the name of Louth. Is there somebody to move? Emma.
If I might just briefly bring your attention, there was an error at the printers, and in your pack there should be an addendum which shows the full text of this motion. So, comrades, our membership has always been a broad church of activists, trade unionists, socialists and democratic socialists. We have always championed the cause of the worker and the marginalised. Along with our leading vision for society over the years, we consistently push a positive alternative vision. We do believe in always putting people first, and all who share our ideas and ideals. All of us together can shape policies and can make Ireland a fairer place, the kinder, the better place that each one of us knows it can be. The people's vision needs the people, all the people, and no barrier should stand in the way of facilitating that. That means that we should find better ways to encourage those who can to contribute through fees, and those who cannot to be able to contribute still time, knowledge, perspective, without the anxiety of the economic decision of paying to participate in Irish political life or not participate at all. Therefore, we must reassess our membership fee structures to better facilitate involvement, in particular as the motion focuses on applicants for international protection, the formal title of the system of so-called support given to people seeking asylum here, many already subjected to the dehumanising aberration of direct provision, but also others who suffer economic hardship. Our trade union origins are a proud and central part of our values, and while we share values and vision with our trade union, we do not share membership fee structures. Last year, as an aviation branch member of my union, SIP2, I was more than happy to pay my union dues subscription of €5 per week and would have happily paid more. As I was able at the time. Now, as an unemployed member, I pay €1.40 per week, and frankly, it's a difficult decision to prioritise such a payment. Last year, €15 membership was nothing to notice. Now, it's something that, if it were not for my personal engagement and commitment, could potentially be a struggle to justify on a household budget reliant on minimal income like PUP. We are comrades all, yet each has a unique financial reality. We can do as we say, we can walk the walk, do more than have a vision, we can be a vision of a better, fairer, more representative Ireland. And for these reasons and more, I ask for your support for this motion. And I move this motion. Thank you.
Is there someone to second the motion, motion 41? Someone to formally second motion 41. Shane O'Meara, thanks Shane. Any speakers against motion 41? Do you want to speak against motion 41? No. We at the minute, we're just taking speakers against, and then if we'll have to come back then to the common debate. So motion 42 in the name of Labour. So there's nobody then to speak against motion 41. So motion 42 in the name of Labour trade unionists. Owen Coates is going to speak to motion 42.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again, comrades. Owen Coates here, Labour Trade Unionist and Dublin South Central. Just to start with this motion, to remind everybody, we are the party of the constructive left, of democratic socialism, and most importantly, the party of workers. We are the ones who stand up against those who are fighting and struggle against the hostile neoliberalist nature of organised capital. Across all of Europe, we see a shift to the left. Finally, after decades, Spain, Germany, Portugal, everyone's favourite Denmark after yesterday, and Norway, all have left-wing parties winning elections. As the party of the left in Ireland, we need to be at the heart of a constructive and coherent left platform. Something that works, something that is amenable and in line with the objectives of working class and middle class workers in Ireland. The unfortunate reality is this might mean collaboration with similar parties of the left, but a left-wing government is no longer a pipe dream. It is something that came very close in 2020, and as Europe and the Irish population shifts left, we need to consider our position as the left-wing, constructive left-wing party in this country. It is our belief as Labour trade unionists that a real left alternative can drive Irish politics to where the population wants it, and that is to the left. we need to remind ourselves on a regular basis, and we need to go out to the public and make the country know that we are the party of the constructive left. But it is our purpose and our role to lead that left, lead the left wing of Ireland. And for that, with that, we commend the motion to conference. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Owen. Is there somebody to formally second motion 42? Jack Nolan. Any speakers against? Okay. Okay, there's no speakers against. So our last motion then, comrades, is emergency motion number 2 in the name of Carlo Kilkenny. Is the floor looking for me to read out motion 42? Okay. And if you'll forgive me, I am not a Gaeilgeoir, so I'm not going to read it out as Gaeilge, if that's all right. But the English part of the motion is: Conference welcomes the current progress of a new Language Act which is progressing through the Oireachtas. We also welcome the commitment to the holding of elections for democratically elected members of Údarás na Gaeltachta. We also welcome the overdue laying of an Irish Language Act before the Houses of Parliament in London, and call on our colleagues in the SDLP and the British Labour Party, as well as on the Minister Simon Coveney, to exert maximum pressure for the passing and implementation of the Act. Conference demands that the Government act on the following priorities immediately. 1, that the opening of a substantial number of new Gael Scoilna be facilitated to meet current demand from citizens. 2, that the current discussions for reform of Leaving Cert Irish being discussed by the NCCA lead to a radical change in the approach to the learning of the language, giving particular recommendation to native and fluent speakers of the language and enhancing the attractiveness of studying the language in a new and progressive manner. 3, that the planning regulations in Gaeltacht areas will give primacy to language concerns as outlined in the recent case pertaining to Rathcarn. Conference calls on the Executive Board to bring forward a constitutional amendment to the next party conference for the creation of a party section for Gaeilge and the Gaeltacht in order to provide a platform for active use in the language and the promotion of policy which pertain to the language of the Gaeltacht. So is there a speaker to the emergency motion? Sean.
Chahirig, Sean O'Horgan, Carlo Kilkenny. Dúis míle buchas den guiste bún seasamhach as ocht an cad an rún sa choraig. I mohormse tá sé Harbheith táchtach go míon rún a leid amháin in Gaelan ard lár ag gacógáil agus go dispáimid go bhfuil measagain Loch na Gaeilge agus Loch na Gaeltachta in our bartí. Reintan a rudí atá stig an seo agus tucha mé go reint béarle nóir go bhfuil méid láirt inniuh comá ach mar sóldíh taspáin sé tá fás thar na bartah díanta le fethe cúig trocha bliana nuas méid na báistí atá ag stadéir trí Gaelan ag an bonlevéal ag an man bonlevéal 52 míle páiste in ardír atá ag stadéir in Gael Scoilna fé láthair agus Scoilna Gaeltachta agus ní chórdúin dearúd a dhéanamh muintir na Gaeltachta an na háchtach go déan an dá rud le chéile. Trocha hocht fan géad de Gaeanra na tíre a dúirt sa déan áramh i 2016 go bhfuil sé ar a chumas Gaeilge a labhairt. 38% of our population declared in the last census that they have the ability to speak Irish. And Caimid Mass a ver Gwynir Shin, Caimid Deshin a Hurta Gwine, on Tanga Lord, go Lehul, Coma agus gur féidir loha. Sa túisgurt tá sé anahachtuk go 600 le Loch na Gaeilge sa túisgurt sa bhéad atá sé de géirí déanamh. Tá an 8 tanga tá sé Harbheith inám gur tháinig sé ar na bacáin san túisgurt gur hála sé, tá an DUP ag seasamh ina cuine, tá mí dímach go bhfuil an UUP ag seasamh ina cuine le déanaí, ach tá an SDLP, tá Sinn Féin, agus tá Party and Alliance, agus an Party Glas ag seasamh leis an danga. Tá sé táchta go gurfaí na carta sin a raig. The last part of the motion is maybe the most important, and that is that we create a section within our own party which recognises the rights of Irish language speakers in our party, including, and I'll say it again, to bilingual signage at all of our conferences and at all of our major events. Agus fach sé úntacht dá dar loch seo sin. So, tá tradiisiún láidir úntacht ag our party. Let's not forget, it was the Labour Party Minister, now Uachtarán na Héireann, who founded 25 years ago this year, T.G. Cahir, ceann de rudí is fearr déna críomh den danga. So, Shasamid Leshendonga, and I want to make one request to every member of our PLP, every local area rep and every councillor. Can we please do better? Because we all have Cummins-Tonga. We can all do a little bit more to speak Irish at every available opportunity. It can be as good or as bad or as indifferent as it is. Irish language speakers appreciate when you make the effort. So I would ask that our party would do that. Agus an rud deirí dhéanamh tá brána gcuin be haram an rud dearnach ar in our party and particularly in the north of Ireland, and we spoke last night in the debate about an inclusive Ireland. To our brothers and sisters who will be cheering on, as I said, the Irish team against the All Blacks today, whether they're from Dungannon or Dungiven or wherever they're from, there is no threat to you from a language of any sort, be it Mandarin, be it any other language. It is a language, it presents no threat, it belongs to us all.
Okay, is there a seconder then to the emergency motion number 2? If someone to form me second, that's great, thank you. Any speakers against? Okay, there's no speakers against. So, are you looking to speak against the motion? Okay. So comrades, I've been asked to have the room empty by 3 p.m. Marie has to be afforded the opportunity as party spokesperson for 10 minutes in line with all other spokespersons who've been facilitated with 10 minutes over the course of the day. We're now at 2:57. It's been requested if conference will forego the common debate to facilitate the party spokesperson to speak on a broad range of topics. Is that accepted by... Is there anyone against that request? Okay, and I'll take abstentions, but on the basis of that seemed to be accepted by the conference hall, I'll accept that on the basis of it has been accepted by the conference hall. So, Marie, as the spokesperson, you now have 10 minutes to respond as party spokesperson.
Thanks, Lisa, and I am conscious that we're under enormous time pressure, so I will try and keep my remarks. Comrades, colachti, buil party, don look debre, bewalum, guikas a goal divshe, don rune os argor, non sho, agus go hoirha, bewalum, buikas ele, a goal the shana hargon, agus a rune. Is aulig gwil anna elov sinalon sho, conan changa gaelga a kirkon keen. Ac is môr an dúrlán os argór. Bacór gymioch níos mó rawana idachis lán gaelach le fáil. Is môr an scanal nach bhfuil cearta teanga gaelga fós sa túisceart. Agus bhaing anna brodúil má tá cuiste nua gaelach a bhanú sa pártaí seo. Members, I want to thank all of you who have submitted motions on workers' rights, and I know many of you would have liked the opportunity to speak in more detail today. I think we've had a very good discussion, some really important points raised, particularly with regards to the community and voluntary sector and the very serious issue for aviation workers at the moment. We are currently seeing a series of changes now in the world of work that are happening before our eyes. Some are very profound, in terms of how workers are recruited, how workers are given work, and how they are managed. And I'm thinking very much about platform work. In May this year, we put forward legislation to stamp out exploitation of platform workers and bogus self-employment. And we will be putting forward much more legislation to try and protect workers in these new forms of work. We are seeing changes that are exciting, and we do have to recognise the progress that has been made. This year, gender pay gap legislation was enacted in this country, and that is thanks to the pioneering work of then Senator Ivana Bacik, now Deputy, when she put forward that bill in 2017. Is it a silver bullet for the gender pay gap? Of course it isn't, but it's a really important step in terms of shining a light into pay and promotion practices within workplaces. And we are seeing some really worrying and challenging changes within the world of work. For women workers, I very firmly believe we have yet to see the full impact on pay and progression for women workers arising from this pandemic. For low-income workers, we are seeing a deepening divide between higher-income workers versus low-income workers, particularly when we look at ICT workers now earning almost 4 times the weekly wage of a hospitality worker. And when we think of the implications of all that in terms of people competing to rent and to buy across this country. And the really frustrating thing for me is that things could be different. We could have employers be made come to the table so that issues about setting a sustainable wage rate, talking through issues like training and promotion and respect could be hammered out between employers and workers' representatives. Adrian Kane last night talked about waste management, that we could have competition for the market, not in the market. And with that, respect and better wages for waste collectors across the city and across the country. And we could have the state using the 10 billion plus it spends per year in public procurement so that to influence and better the conditions and wages of workers supplying services to the state day in, day out. I wanted to say a lot today about the government's focus on the quick fix of importing migrant labour from outside the European Economic Area. I won't talk for very long on it, but just to say, this attempt to try and fix the problems of labour shortages by employing people to come here, work day and night for misery wages, we will not stand over. This week, in the Oireachtas, we put together a report which said we are not accepting seasonal employment permits in this country because we will not stand over workers being exploited, migrant workers being exploited in this country. The last thing I just want to say in the few minutes I have is that I think few of us, particularly with vaccinations being so high, few of us could have imagined that we may be back into a situation where people are working from home. But if that is what is required to save lives and keep people safe, then that is what needs to be done. But we need a very particular focus now on young workers because they have suffered disproportionately. Even though all sectors are open, we still have 65,000 young workers out of work, and no young person in this country should be out of work or out of training. And we know the earnings penalty that young workers suffer in a recession. More apprenticeships, more graduate employment programme and education are obviously crucial. But like Jack Nolan said earlier, we need to level the playing field. So for young workers who have to earn for a living, who do not have the comfort of parents or family being able to pay for them while they take up an internship, we have to make sure that they have a level playing field and that they're not disadvantaged at the start of their career and carry that disadvantage throughout their working lives. So that is why we... So I look forward to bringing forward that legislation over the coming month into the Seanad and hopefully progressing through the House of the Oireachtas. The last thing I want to say is that the challenges for workers are very many at the moment. But we have the ideas, the energy, the alliances, and very strong alliances with the trade union movement and with other groups, those representing migrant workers, those representing other, those less represented in the workforce, disabled workers. And we're working really close with them to make sure that we are the party, the voice of workers and those who want to work in this country. And thank you, colleagues, for this very short session on workers' rights. And we look forward to debate over the 12 months in terms of trying to improve working conditions for workers in this country. Garamaga.
Thanks, Maria, and with time left over, which is definitely much appreciated. So everyone will have received an email to facilitate e-voting. We'll open the vote now on that. We'll give it 3 minutes just to allow the voting then to happen electronically. And then Dermot Lacey will come up and Colm Maguire to allow those who are going to vote again by hand, who won't be voting electronically, to vote through the motions. So just to move back then to motion 32. Now again, this is just those who are required to vote by hand as opposed to those who will be voting electronically. Motion 32 in the name of Central Council. Can those voting in favour please raise their hand? Those against? Any abstentions? Okay, motion 33, which the Dublin Rathdown constituency accepted the amendment, so it's the amended motion being put to the floor. So those in favour of amended motion 33, if you can show your hands. Those against? And any abstentions? Motion 34 then in the name of Dublin Central, which again is an amended motion being put to the floor. So those in favour of motion 34. Those against? Any abstentions? Motion 35 then, comrades, in the name of Sligo Leitrim, which again is an amended motion. Those in favour of the amended motion 35? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 36 in the name of the Clare constituency. Those in favour of motion 36? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 37 then in the name of Central Council. Those in favour of motion 37? Those against? And any abstentions? And motion 38 in the name of Cavan Monaghan. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion 39 then in the name of the Kerry constituency, which is the amended motion we're putting to the floor. So those in favour of the amended motion 39. Those against? And you've gotten that, have you, Dermot? And any abstentions? So motion 40 then in the name of Labour LGBT. Those in favour of motion 40? Those against? And abstentions? Okay, so motion 41 then. Those in favour of... I'll come to the emergency motions at the end. So motion 41 in the name of the Louth constituency. Those in favour of motion 41? Those against? And abstentions? And then motion 42 in the name of Labour Trade Unionists. Those in favour? Those against? And abstentions? And then just to the emergency motions, then emergency motion which was from Dublin Central. Those in favour of emergency motion number 1. Those against? And abstentions? And then the last motion, emergency motion number 2 in the name of Carlo Kilkenny. Those in favour? Those against? And any abstentions? Okay, so voting has closed already on the electronic voting, and just before we come to the results on the electronic voting, just 2 things to note. Again, as I said before lunchtime, Labour Trade Unionists and Labour Women are organising a raffle to support our comrade Emer Craig in her fundraising efforts, and Emma and Aideen at the back of the room are selling tickets outside. So we'd ask as many people to consider supporting the raffle, the fundraiser and the raffle that will take place. And then if everyone can be back in the room for 4 p.m, just to allow us then to move to the televised section of the afternoon. So just then back to the remainder of the motions. All of the motions that were done electronically have passed. So we've covered all of the motions. I think certainly maybe you've let me off easy for this conference anyway, comrades. I won't expect the same for next year, but thanks very much for bearing with me.
you.